in DC, the feeling is that America is back from the Biden doldrums during this show. President Trump is going to kick off celebrations marking the nation's 250th birthday with a major speech. We're going to bring you every exciting minute.
America was founded in the East, but it was built in the West. Out here on the frontier, the American spirit didn't fade. It's only gotten stronger.
And President Trump has spoken out on Andy Burnham. NATO chief Mark Rutte was in the White House today in the Oval Office. I was fortunate enough to be there for GB News. And frankly, I was much more interested in how the president feels about the incoming Prime Minister Andy Burnham and the UK. You do not want to miss what he said.
First one from GB News. You mentioned that our Prime Minister has got one foot out the door. The new guy's coming in, Andy Burnham. What do you know about him, Mr. President? And what does he need to do to improve the relationship?
And speaking of the Manchester mayor, he's said to be planning to move some elements of politics up north, a second administrative centre, a bit like Trump and Mar-a-Lago perhaps, but he's going to have to react to clips like this first.
Hang around the 6-yard box and I just wait for the chance to stick it away. I'm a typical politician on the football pitch. I let others do all of the hard work and I'm just waiting for the glory up front.
That's come back to bite him, hasn't it? And the great British meltdown. From trains to Wimbledon, the record-breaking heat is disrupting the country. But are we just overreacting? What are we teaching the kids of the future about how you react when it gets a bit sunny? I'm Bev Turner, and this is The Late Show Live. It's going to be a great show, this. Do not go anywhere. I'm joined in the studio this evening by political commentator Hilary Fordwich and former aide to Margaret Thatcher, and also political commentator Niall Gardner. And in London, I'm delighted to say that I've got Christo Fufas and Jonathan Liss to take us through until 3 o'clock in the morning. Evening, gentlemen. Now, first up, let's begin with the GB News alert. And this story contains, of course, some very distressing content, because tonight we have learned something so extraordinary that if this had happened in America, it would be leading every single news show. Henry Novak told police that he had been stabbed 4 times. He told them 4 times, and the police still took 8 minutes to discover the wound that would eventually end his life.
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate.
Within 71 seconds of police arriving, Henry had told the officers he'd been stabbed 4 times. 71 seconds. That is less time than it takes Keir Starmer to explain why something was not his fault. Yet somehow in that time, Henry managed to tell police 4 times, "I have been stabbed." He's telling the police what is wrong, and nobody is listening to him. Now look, nobody is saying that policing is easy. It is an impossibly hard job sometimes. The scenes can be chaotic. Officers make split-second decisions. Everybody understands that. But 8 minutes is a long time. 8 minutes ago, this programme hadn't even started. 8 minutes ago, President Trump probably posted 3 times on social media. But for Henry Novak, 8 minutes was the remainder of his life. And for a lot of people watching this tonight, they won't just be shocked, they will be angry, because this confirms what many people feared when they first watched that body cam footage. Henry was treated as a suspect, not as a victim. And according to these newly seen transcripts, he is still handcuffed as officers begin to realise that something is seriously wrong. When a nearby colleague requested an ambulance, explaining that the male on the floor was unconscious, the male police officer said the situation was much more serious, adding, "He's not unconscious, mate. He's not breathing." And as an ambulance arrived, the extent of Henry Novak's injuries became more apparent. We now know that there was blood coming out of his nose, and officers paused CPR while his clothes were cut away from his chest. The male officer said, "Has he been stabbed there?" To which a female officer responded, "Yep, he's got a stab. There is a mark there." A male officer replies, "That makes it worse. He's got a stab. I'm pushing on a stab wound." And that is the moment that police finally realised that Henry had been telling the truth and he had a stab wound 8 minutes after they arrived on scene. The male officer's reaction says everything. That makes it worse. He'd been saying it for 8 minutes. Now, the judge accepted that officers had been given what he called a, quote, convincing but wholly false narrative by the killer. But if Henry Novak can tell police 4 times that he's been stabbed and police still take 8 minutes to find the wound, what on earth has happened to policing in Britain, and what was going through the minds of those police officers when they were making those, what we now know, were the wrong judgment? Let's talk to the host of The Real Beef with Don Keith. It is, of course, Don Keith. Don, thank you so much for joining us. This story is huge here in America, and now we have this extra detail today. Why do you think people like yourself, particularly conservative commentators, are so enraged and engaged in this story?
Well, it's just, it's a sad story. It's a really sad story. It reaches across international lines. You know, Bev, this case has been a disaster from the start, not only for Henry Novak and his family and the trauma they've endured, but also because of the participation in the crime by the murderer's family. Now, we know the mother has been convicted for her part in helping to conceal the murder weapon and is currently awaiting sentencing. But what about the brother, Gurpreet Digwa, who lied to the police both on the phone and in person, claiming that Henry Novak racially assaulted his brother? Now, as I understand British law, he is potentially guilty of at least 3 offenses under common law and the Criminal Law Act of 1967, which are perverting the course of justice when he lied to police and assisting an offender. There's also the lesser offense of wasting police time, which only carries 6 months max, but at least it's something. Then you've got the utterly dismal police response from Hampshire police, along with handcuffing the dying victim. It took them 3 minutes to call an ambulance and 8 minutes to find a stab wound. Now, how, when someone has been stabbed 5 times, can it take 8 minutes to find a stab wound unless your enthusiasm that the person has actually been stabbed is lackluster, which we know that it was because of how police responded when Henry told them he had been stabbed? I don't think you have, mate. The other thing is Henry told the police officers he had been stabbed within the first 71 seconds of them arriving on scene. So why did it take them 8 minutes to cut away his clothes to find the wound? Isn't it just common sense, the first thing you would do? Now, the pathologist report said that it wouldn't have made a difference if the police response had been perfect, but pathologists aren't God, and we can never really know whether or not Henry might have received a miracle because the police robbed him of that opportunity to find out. And the other side of that coin is that the public trust in the system is at such record lows that I'm sure there are folks out there wondering if perhaps that language was included by the pathologist to save the police department from a wrongful death lawsuit and the police officers from criminal gross negligence manslaughter charges. So the whole thing's really been a disaster. You can see why people are just ticked off internationally. It's a sad story. I feel for the family. I think everyone really feels for this young boy and his family, and I think that's why it's crossed international lines and it's went globally like it has.
And Don, I think it's also, it's very much, this is a story about, it's actually a story about DEI training. And we know that police officers in the UK have been under immense pressure to view any crime scene through the lens of racism. And so on arrival at the scene, they have been lied to. And in their defence, they are listening to somebody that is a convincing witness. They thought at the time the victim. But it also plays to this idea that they came at it with a preconceived idea of who was going to be guilty. And surely the first part of policing is to arrive at a scene with an open mind and to believe nobody in that instance. Do you think this will make police officers in the UK maybe pause, Don, when they come to similar scenes and to step back and think about this, and perhaps Henry's life won't be in vain?
Well, I certainly hope so, but I do have my doubts about that. I mean, when police officers come, seasoned professional police officers, when they come to a scene, how many scenes have they been to where they've been lied to? So they should expect that. These officers should have expected that. It was their duty to investigate both claims, whether Henry had been stabbed or not, and the claims of the perpetrator there, and they didn't do that. They simply took the word, like you said, of Vikram Digwa and his brother because of the DEI training that they had received. They were predisposed to believe the non-white guy, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't know that it'll change. I feel like it won't, as long as folks like Sadiq Khan are in power, and folks like the Liberal Labor Party are in power, trickling down these DEI policies from Parliament all the way through local policing. So it's hard for me to believe that it's going to change anytime soon, but I certainly hope that it does for the sake of the British people.
Yeah, okay, Don, thank you so much. Don Keith.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
With Don Keith. Thank you. And we just need to be really clear as well here that Gurpreet Digwa has not been charged with any offences relating to Henry's death. Let me turn to my panel here, Hilary, with you. We've got this extra detail now about the communication that was being had between the police officers, and it is even more damning than we may have initially thought.
Yes, it absolutely is. And in addition to him saying 4 times that he'd been stabbed, he said 8 times that he said, "I can't breathe." In addition, also something that Don was extremely thorough there. One thing that he didn't mention, though, was that in all of poor Henry's background, there was not even one indication that he had any racist bone in his body. In fact, he was actually at university celebrating with his football team the end of the term, and they're mixed. So he was very inclusive, and all of his family, all of his friends said he was extremely inclusive. So I think it was an actually also damning and defamation of his character, in addition to absolutely everything else. And I think we've now seen, obviously, the fall of two-tier Keir. This is an absolute indication of two-tier policing. Of course, that had come from the Southport rape gangs, and that was a different issue. But this was two-tier policing in a different manner. It was two-tier because the lower tier is anybody that's a white-born English person.
Niall?
I fully agree with those remarks just now by Hilary, and I do think that we are looking at undoubtedly a massive scandal in terms of British policing, and we need to see a national inquiry into two-tier policing. It's obvious, I think, that this Labour government's not going to deliver that. I don't have any confidence in the likely next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, actually pushing forward with this. Keir Starmer, of course, is going to be departing very soon, and good riddance of the worst Prime Minister, I think, in British history. I don't think Andy Burnham is going to be an improvement in any way, but we need a wholesale fundamental review of policing in the United Kingdom. That's probably only going to come in when we have a new government. And as the sinking Labour Titanic goes down, I do think that this will be a Labour government continuing to act in complete denial, frankly. But we need to see wholesale fundamental change, and we need to see an end to DEI-style policing, racially charged policing here, which actually discriminates, frankly, against white British people. And we need to see a completely colourblind approach to policing in the United Kingdom, and an end to left-wing dogma and left-wing ideology in how police forces conduct themselves. So we have to see all of these changes, but I don't think we're going to see this kind of reform under the sinking Labour government.
Jonathan, are we just looking at just poor policing here, or poor policing because of the training which has primed officers to arrive at a scene and to sympathise with what they see as the victim of racist abuse first and foremost?
There is no evidence that I have seen that the police in Southampton were acting out of any kind of anti-white racism. There is an investigation that is going to be carried out, which I support, which is going to establish the facts about what happened in this terrible, terrible incident, which is just awful. And again, my heart goes out to Henry's family and friends. This should not have happened. It was a horrific incident, clearly. I have to bear in mind, and I think we should all bear in mind, that Henry's family have asked for this not to be politicised, for people not to seek to make political capital out of it. That doesn't mean that we can't learn lessons from what's happened, and that if there are things that went wrong, we should find out what they were and why they happened. Obviously, this did not go correctly. This was not, the police did not follow procedure. And if they did follow procedure, then that procedure needs to be changed. I'm not denying that. But to extrapolate lessons about sort of the way that racism works in this country, or that there's some kind of bias entrenched in the police force against white people, I think it is so far beyond the evidence that we have seen that I don't think it bears scrutiny. But again, I will wait for that inquiry, and I think that we should all wait patiently for the outcome of that inquiry, because these are people who know the facts better than we do.
Christo, we've talked about this before, but of course we've got this extra details now about how poorly executed this crime scene analysis was when the police arrived. Is Jonathan right? We shouldn't read anything into it?
Absolutely not, unfortunately. Jonathan, I think that once again you're talking complete nonsense, because what we know is that the police do say, as the Home Secretary did, and as you just said, that there is sort of, nothing to do with any kind of racism within this, and it just goes to show what denial our government is in. I mean, they were literally responding to an accusation of racism. So racism is a part of this story. And what happened, the facts that we know is that the police turned up at the scene and they abandoned all critical thinking skills, because the fear of racism now is worse than anything else. So they arrived at that scene, and rather than doing what the police should do in any scene and try and establish the facts, who's telling the truth, who isn't, what's going on here, what they did was immediately believed that the Digwas were the victims and that Henry was the perpetrator. And 8 minutes is the most horrific amount of time. And to talk about Henry's family, Jonathan, they said that they didn't want this to cause division. What they clearly meant about that was that they didn't want people targeting the Sikh community, which is absolutely fair. But of course, they want important questions asked and answered. We only know that he told us that he'd been stabbed 4 times and that he said he couldn't breathe 11 times because the family told us that. And for the police to then not know and treat him properly at the scene. Actually, I've seen pathologists online also suggesting, and we don't know this as fact, so we need to be careful, but putting the handcuffs on him and pulling his arms behind his back could have exacerbated the fact that he had a chest wound. They displayed no critical thinking skills at the scene whatsoever. And my worry is it's because of a fear of racism.
Jonathan said we've got to move on. But Jonathan said there will be an investigation, there will be a report, but I still find it staggering that this kid is on the floor and they handcuff him when he's clearly in no state to take on anybody. I find that astonishing.
The point is obviously the police clearly made mistakes. The point is whether they're motivated by racism. 40 minutes still to go this evening. I just need to give you a right of reply. The police force have, of course, apologised to Henry Novak's family for the way he was treated at the scene, and the Independent Office for Police Conduct is investigating the officer's actions on the night of the stabbing. Still to come this evening on The Late Show Live, President Trump will take the stage, any minute now actually, to kick off America's 250th anniversary celebrations. These are going to be massive across this country in the next couple of weeks in the run-up to the 4th of July. He's going to be giving a major speech in just a moment. We will take that for you. But first, tonight.
Best one from GBNews. You mentioned that our Prime Minister has got one foot out the door. The new guy's coming in, Andy Burnham. What do you know about him, Mr. President? And what does he need to do to improve the relationship?
President Trump broke his silence on Andy Burnham today. He was having a chat to me in the Oval Office. It was only a couple of hours ago, and he has a stark assessment of Britain. Even I was shocked. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
America was founded in the East, but it was built in the West. Out here on the frontier, the American spirit didn't fade. It's only gotten stronger.
Oh, America is throwing its weight behind these celebrations, and in just moments President Trump is going to take to the stage just down the road here in Washington DC. He's going to kick off America's 250th birthday celebrations with a major speech. We're going to bring you that. It is a beautiful evening here tonight. You do not want to miss that. First, though, President Trump and NATO chief Mark Rutte were face-to-face in the Oval Office this afternoon, with the president once again turning up the heat on America's allies and raising fresh questions about the future of the NATO alliance itself. But while the world's media was focused on bombs and who's paying what, GB News decided to ask the question that Britain wanted answered. I was stood there waiting, eye contact with POTUS. Here I am. GB News is here. I've got my bright yellow dress on. He's going to catch my eye. What does Donald Trump make of the man tipped to replace Sir Keir Starmer? So I put Andy Burnham's name directly to the president, and let's say the answer was not exactly a ringing endorsement.
Best one from GB News. You mentioned that our Prime Minister has got one foot out the door. The new guy's coming in, Andy Burnham. What do you know about him, Mr. President? And what do you need to do to improve the relationship?
Yeah, I know about who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal. Extremely. So that means he probably won't open up the North Sea. You know, I gave Keir Starmer some pretty good advice. I said, open up the North Sea. Go to Aberdeen, which was the hottest city in the whole continent. It was the oil city. It was the oil of Europe. And they closed everything. It was terrible. I saw it before my eyes, and I couldn't believe it. The North Sea is loaded. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. and they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it, and they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea, and it's an easy one, and a lot of good things are going to happen. It's among the greatest fields in the world.
Right, well, that was question 1, and we'll get to question 2 in a little while. But let me take this to my panel, Niall Gardner. I was genuinely shocked when he said he didn't know who Andy Burnham was. I was like, I get it. Like, I understand that. He's a busy man. He's got a lot on. But doesn't it tell you a lot about his relationship with the UK that he's not interested? That was what surprised me. He didn't say, oh, yeah, I've been looking at him. He's interested in having a briefing about him. Nothing. It's like, don't know, he's the mayor of a town.
That's very striking, really. The fact is, Andy Burnham is a complete non-entity outside of the UK. And even within the UK, there are large numbers of British people who don't know who Andy Burnham is. And here in the United States, I mean, hardly anyone knows who Andy Burnham is. And he could well be the next Prime Minister. Of course, Donald Trump is a very good, I think, judge of character. He did say that Andy Burnham, of course, is very liberal, and that's spot on. I think that Burnham is just as left-wing as Keir Starmer. He could well be even worse than Keir Starmer, which is a damning indictment of the state of the Labour Party. But it's very clear that we're dealing with a government that has, in the UK, that has very little credibility. It's viewed by the White House as a lame duck, government in Downing Street. It doesn't matter who takes the reins of power under Labour. This is a pathetic, weak-kneed, far left-wing socialist government that's destroying Britain, and that's how the Labour government is viewed, here in Washington. So it doesn't make any difference whether you've got, Keir Starmer or Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner or Ed Miliband or any of the other sort of clownish figures who are seeking to lead the Labour Party. They're all intent on destroying the United Kingdom.
Jonathan, is that fair?
No, of course it's not fair, Bev. Nothing Niall says is based in fact. It's just hyperbole that he sort of, deploys to be a shock jock, a wannabe shock jock. I don't take any of it seriously. Clearly, this is not a socialist government. I wish that it were a socialist government. I would give anything for it to be a socialist government with truly progressive policies. Instead, what Starmer did for 2 years was tack to the right and try to win over reform voters who were never going to vote for Labour because they wouldn't vote for the Sats version where they could vote for the real thing. And as a result, Starmer completely alienated both the Labour base and people on the left who might have voted for Labour, and also people on the right who were planned to vote for reform and didn't go back to Labour because they saw that Labour was flip-flopping on major issues and that Starmer didn't have any real core principles.
Well, let's look forward. Just look forward then, just very briefly, because I want to bring other people in. But Jonathan, do you see Andy Burnham being more socialist than Keir? Is he going to ramp up taxes for everybody? Is he going to spend liberally? Is he going to create more benefits culture? Just briefly, is that what you're hoping for?
No, for one simple reason, that he is hamstrung by the 2024 Labour manifesto. If he wanted to raise key income taxes or national insurance or VAT, that would be in breach of the Labour manifesto, and I don't think that he would have a mandate to do that. And obviously, he's also said that
anything that's in their manifesto. I think they've just added a load of stuff that wasn't in the manifesto anyway, haven't they, Hillary?
Clearly, Andy's going to try. Clearly, Andy's going to try, and Andy Burnham is going to try to, bring a slightly more progressive tone to government and maybe increase some taxation or borrowing in some ways. But he's also committed to Rachel Reeves' borrowing fiscal rules. So I don't think there's going to be any major transition.
Go on,
I think he has.
Well, I actually think he's going to take us right back to the 1970s of the failed Britain. And of course, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that the problem with socialism is you run out of spending other people's money. Right now, factually, every 45 minutes, a millionaire leaves the UK, which is just like it was in the 1970s with the great brain drain, when anybody that could get a job anywhere else was leaving the UK. And what I would say is Andy Burnham has already declared that he wants to nationalise a lot more industries. And so what you're going to see is exactly the same when you saw in the 1970s, you saw electricians on strike. There were all the rubbish bins, all the rubbish was on. They were on strike. The railroads were on strike.
And it was very hot outside. It's very similar.
1976, yes. I think you're going to see the same exact pattern, and then we'll need somebody like Margaret Thatcher, who obviously now was absolutely correct on all his points. You're going to need someone, hopefully someone like a Nigel Farage could actually bring Britain back, just like Margaret Thatcher did.
Let's have a look at part 2 of my exchange with the President earlier today. Here we go.
But, you know, I got along well with Starmer. I disagreed with Starmer. I said, you have 2 problems, immigration and energy. And crime, too, by the way. Crime. You have a terrible mayor of London, by the way. I don't want to cause any problems, but your mayor of London is grossly incompetent, a bad person, and a horrible representative for your country. You know that. That's why you're smiling and laughing, and it's true. But you know that. The mayor of London is a horror show. But you have a crime problem, you have an immigration problem, the immigration helps cause the crime, by the way, and you have a tremendous energy problem. You're building stupid windmills all over the country, and they don't do the job. You have the greatest oil field in the world, one of them. It's called the North Sea oil. All you have to do is bid it out to Exxon, Chevron, Shell, British Petroleum. They're begging to go there and pay billions of dollars, and because the left is so crazy, they don't want the money, and the country is losing. I mean, it's going to go. Your country is going to go bankrupt. Think of it. You have one of these. Now, most countries don't have that. You have the North Sea oil, and you have the best part of it. Think of it. You go to Norway, who doesn't have the best part of it, and you give them, and they have $2 trillion in the bank. You know, they have $2 trillion, maybe more, because the UK pays them all this money, and others. But you have one of the greatest fields, and I told this guy 15 times, and he wouldn't do it. I said, you're going to lose your prime ministership. And he did. In fact, I called him about 3 days ago. Remember I said he was leaving? I wonder if that nudged him out.
He also said, I asked him, should Andy Burnham be should you be the first person that Andy Burnham comes to visit? And he just went, no. Niall, go on. React to that, what we've heard there from the President.
Yes, well, of course, the President is 100% right about Sadiq Khan, who is a real horror show. I mean, he is the most dangerous mayor in the history of London, an absolute disaster, and the President calls him out every time, and the damage that Sadiq Khan has inflicted upon the people of London is absolutely immense. And just to respond to Jonathan's comments earlier.
Oh, that you're a shock jock.
And firstly, it's good to see that Jonathan's no longer wearing his pajamas on the show. So that's an improvement. But I have to say, I don't think Jonathan would be part of any brain drain from Britain, because the jury's out on whether or not he actually has a brain. So, Jonathan, you know, I think you're living in a complete, delusional world if you think that somehow Andy Burnham is going to improve the state of Britain, and I think that there's zero evidence at all that Andy Burnham is going to improve the country. But going back to President Trump's excellent remarks earlier, the President's 100% right in pointing out that the UK is in a real state of decline, and the decline of London under Sadiq Khan and Labour is absolutely horrific. And so I'm glad that we have the leader of the free world, the President of the United States, pointing out the state of decay in the United Kingdom at this time. And we do have a Labour government that is in complete and absolute denial, frankly, about British decline. And we need to see the kind of leadership that's prepared to reverse that decline. I think we will see that leadership eventually, but the reality is the UK's image here in the United States is at an all-time low. Could it fall any further? I doubt it.
Well, I think, and that's what struck me, Hillary, today when I was in the Oval Office, was the kind of dismissal of the UK. And I keep hearing that actually there's policy meetings going on, and you might know the same thing, Niall, that actually there are policies being drawn up which is moving America to be closer to the Middle East, post-Iran and how those countries have come together.
And the Abraham Accords, of course, were focused at that.
And
yes.
the Gulf Coast states are going to be working closely with America. Also, interestingly, Eastern European countries, Hungary, Poland, etc.
Yes.
In place of us.
Yes.
I think they've rolled us up into a little ball and they've just flipped us off the desk is how it feels at the moment.
I think what we're seeing is a realignment of the world order, and that is all by self-selection, deselection. And one of the things I think, in terms of, just if I might add to the sort of the American image, people here, basically the comment always is, you know, Europe is it's like a museum. It's a lovely place to visit and see what was the past, you know, culturally, etc. But that there's not going along, not a lot going on there business-wise. And I would say we've focused on, and I was mentioning about the great brain drain from the UK, but also people hear about the crime. They hear about the knifings in London. They hear, and they don't think that they're going to be safe there anymore. And I think that, obviously, I don't have at my fingertips tourism numbers, but I think that definitely has affected tourism, and that obviously is a huge source of income for the UK in addition to all the business.
We just have to clarify, of course, that Sadiq Khan is not here to defend himself, and he would absolutely dispute the characterisations that we've heard. And of course, he's been voted in, I think 3 times, isn't it now, as London Mayor. You can't deny his popularity within the capital. Who wanted to comment? Christo, let me come to you on that, and what we've heard from President Trump this afternoon in relation to Andy Burnham.
It's just, you know, I think it's just a shame that we are now such an irrelevant, but also I think that you know, Trump is he's a businessman, right? And the idea of us being so socialist in our ideology when it comes to the United Kingdom will be something that he will absolutely be horrified by, because it implies we're not a country he can do business with. And I would take issue with anyone that says that we're not socialist when we've got the highest taxes in history, one new tax every 10 days, most of which weren't in the Labour Party manifesto. So I've no idea how on earth Andy Burnham would be expected to keep to that. We've got, you know, public sector pay rises, which ended up to be at the tune to billions. We've got the highest debt level in history, £12 billion on debt interest alone just last month. We've got the state interfering in our social media posts and in every other aspect of our lives. The idea that we are not sort of a socialist state at the moment is for the birds.
Absolutely. And I think what I found today in the Oval Office was that Trump is so frustrated by the UK because he really genuinely is an Anglophile. He loves Great Britain. He gets all dewy-eyed because of his mother, and he gets all dewy-eyed about Scotland. He gets all dewy-eyed about the royal family. We've seen it in action. And when he was saying, I told your Prime Minister, I told him he had to fix energy and he had to fix immigration, I think the frustration, I think he feels quite paternal towards the UK, actually. And I think he feels like he was telling his favourite son, do this, do this, do this, you're going to lose your job. And his favourite son ignored him. And I think the frustration now is, well, I told you to fix it. I liked him. He goes, I liked Starmer. But he didn't do as I said.
He didn't do as he said. And I think one of the biggest problems with the Labour government is not one of them, let me repeat that, not one of them has ever started a business or even worked in the business arena. So they don't
how many times has Trump been declared bankrupt, Hillary? Trump can't run a business.
But that goes to, I argued that Starmer should stay. Why? Because I think now that if we end up with Burnham or someone else, nothing's going to change. What it's going to do is give the Labour Party and this Labour government more mileage in the eyes of the media and in the eyes of the electorate. They'll say, oh, give him a chance, give him another year. None of the crazy left-wingers on the back benches are going to change. We're still going to have a benefits bill that's likely to hit $400 billion by the end of this decade. If all of that isn't socialism, then my God, I don't know what it is.
So presumably you support scrapping this triple lock then, Chris, don't you? Because that's socialism in action, isn't it?
Well,
giving benefits to pensioners.
I'd quite like
presumably, of course, but you don't support that, do you? Because you don't oppose socialism, you just oppose socialism for people that you don't like.
Well, if you could let me respond, I don't oppose it for people who've paid into the system and done the right thing.
They should get more, they're above income raises you.
At the moment, those people that have done the right thing and are doing the right thing, working hard, paying into the system, are the ones that are at the back of the queue.
Just own the fact that you don't actually have a consistency.
Most people don't see pension as a benefit like that.
On that issue, we saw those phenomenal statistics last week about the fact that in our major cities in the UK, nearly 50% of our social housing is occupied by people that were not born in the UK. And if that doesn't worry you as a taxpayer, I don't know what will. I can't help you if that isn't problematic to you. Right, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live. President Trump is going to shortly kick off celebrations marking the nation's 250th birthday with a major speech in just moments. He said today he's very much looking forward to this tonight. We're going to show you what he says. We're going to take you every minute. First, though, tonight, the trains, from trains to Wimbledon, sports events, record-breaking heat is disrupting Britain. This overreaction is designed to do what? In my opinion, prepare you for climate lockdowns. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
White working class boys are now the worst performing group in this country in terms of the education system, and yet constantly they're being told that they enjoy privileges that nobody else does.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Nigel Farage has accused Britain's institutions of systematically disadvantaging white Britons, and he's vowed a massive overhaul. We'll be talking about that shortly. First, though, thousands of pupils, millions in fact, will be unable to attend school this week, or they will be sent home, basically, like my kids have, half days this week amidst the extreme heat. Now, this comes as a heat dome. Do you like this picture here? If anybody's been watching this on the TV and wondering where is that, that is an apartment block in Battersea. Have you seen that before, Hilary?
saw a clip of it.
Isn't it marvellous, isn't it?
It takes your breath away.
It does take your breath away. I've stood underneath that and fantasised about swimming in there. But anyway, it's hot, right? We've got this heat dome, apparently, over Western Europe. It's going to see temperatures up to 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 90, just over 90. And when asked this morning whether there should be limits for how hot both workplaces and classrooms can get, London Mayor, of course, he says this, Sadiq Khan, I think there should be both a minimum and a maximum. Get out of our lives and just do your job. So are these measures a proportionate reaction to the increased heat, or is it all just hot air? Panel. Let's discuss this. I'm enraged about this. My kids' school, half days. So what does that mean? That means that all these kids all across the UK, and particularly around London, are just sent out to go and what? Play in the local river, to go and sit in a park where they'll be smoking and vaping and drinking, not my kids, hopefully, there, but for the grace of God. All we're doing is putting kids at greater risk by closing the schools. So what, the teachers can go home and put their feet in a paddling pool? Hillary, you're a mother, go.
Yes, so first of all, it's over 100 degrees. I do think it is very hot, but I think we need to be teaching resilience and not wimpiness. And I think what's really important about this is the irony, the greatest irony is all these solar panels, you do know they're melting, and all the net zero regulations of county councils across the UK prohibit air conditioning in modern buildings. Look back to older buildings when buildings were built well. The oldest property I've owned, actually was here in the United States, was 275 years old, very old townhouse in Old Town Alexandria. It was so thick, the walls were so thick, I hardly needed air conditioning in the summer because of the thick walls. They prevented the heat coming in, and in the winter they retained the heat better. These modern buildings aren't built properly, and we have better technology. So I think part of it's the building code, part of it is this silly net zero legislation, which is, as I say, pervasive through the county councils. And now back to the schools, we need to teach resilience, which is what should you do to cope? What should we do to cope with this? That's what should be being taught right now. Goodness gracious, if we had a Second World War re-experience in wartime, what would Norfolk people do if they can't even cope with the heat?
All we're doing, Niall, is teaching these kids when the weather gets warm and the government says it's too hot to go out, stay at home, we are priming them for climate lockdowns. That is all this is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's pathetic and it's outrageous what we're seeing in the UK. After all, you know, temperatures of 34 degrees centigrade. It's a typical summer day in Washington, D.C., for example, and Washington and the whole of the United States continues in staggering levels of heat throughout the entire summer. No one complains about it, they just get on and lead the free world. What we're seeing in the UK right now is it's an ideology, mentality of decline led by this useless socialist government, combined with these insane net zero policies. And this is a British nation that, of course, at one time ruled over around 30% of the world's surface, actually, and fought great battles, victories across the world, and now half the country is in a state of collapse because temperatures are in their mid-30s or something. So this is, it's a symbol of socialist-led decline.
Does it happen here? Does it happen in America? I know you've got air conditioning here, so it's completely different. Some would say.
It doesn't happen here.
But Christo, my school cancelled their rowing regatta. So all those kids who trained all year, wanted to row in a race, didn't get to do it. Do you know what I watched? I watched my then husband win an Olympic gold medal in Athens in the Coxless 4. And it must have been about 33 degrees that particular day. Now, do you think James Cracknell, Steve Redgrave, Matt Pinson, do you think they ever said, oh, we're not going to go out and train today? It's too hot to go and train. They had to train in the heat because you have to toughen up, you have to prepare yourself for when life is tough, Christo.
I think that what we have, unfortunately, in the UK now is this culture of safetyism, where, well, firstly, we've got people who are, governments just love to govern, and they love to come up with things, reasons why they need to try and keep us safe. The word safe, I hate the word safe. now, because I think it's been so abused nowadays. We've got to keep you safe. Everyone's got to be safe. Safe used to be sort of not going to within a couple of feet of a ledge because you might fall hundreds of feet and die. Now safe means not hearing an opinion you don't like, and making you not have to face any kind of adversity whatsoever in your life. And that is actually not keeping people safe. That's the irony, because you don't learn any of the tools in which to cope with things that happen later in your life. My partner today works in the city in finance and had an incredibly important day today with meetings and various events that were taking place. And I watched him leave the house in his suit, practically drenched, basically, because he had to go, because there was just no question that the day would not go ahead. Now, because he works in finance, it's a commercial entity. It is a major credit company. That is what he does. And the idea that we should be teaching children in school how they will be when they are adults and how they will cope with these things when they are adults. Now, is there an argument to say that schools, and we should be giving finance and we should be making provision for schools in order to cope better by having things like air conditioning, having those sorts of things? Absolutely. But we should be equipping people for this happening, because if this is going to keep happening, if this absolutely horrific, heating up of the world is going to continue, well, we can't just shut down and stop. We've got to actually try and come up with ways of coping with it, haven't we?
Yeah. We've given up on any kind of forward planning, Jonathan, for the next generation. We've just given up on preparing them for anything. The solution to everything is stay at home, lock your door, play on your screen.
Bev, I think that when we have a period of intense heat, as we have now, and children are operating in schools that don't have air conditioning, don't have infrastructure that is designed for such temperatures, and they risk extreme ill health or fainting, schools are entitled to take measures that mitigate against that. I don't think it's the end of the world. Hopefully we won't see too many of these heat waves, and when we do, we shouldn't expect some of the most vulnerable people in society, i.e. children, to suffer from that. If I can just turn briefly to what my old sparring partner and ray of sunshine, Niall Gardner, was saying a moment ago. My mic was broken, sadly, so I missed his insults about my appearance and character. But let me just say, as his old hero Winston Churchill might have said, tomorrow I will change my clothes, but he'll still have that face.
We'll have this conversation in a minute. I want to stay on topic right now, because we're talking about this, and you can put your handbags down for a minute while we just discuss this issue. You've still got plenty of time to criticise Niall personally. I think the issue here is that nobody is stopping to consider the effect on the next generation when we have these heat lockdowns. These children are delighted not to have to go to school. They've already missed 2 years of school on and off, this next generation. Apparently education is not important anymore. Apparently being sporty is not, sports days this week all being cancelled. It's not important anymore. What is the longer term, though, effect of that, Hilary? What is the longer term effect on these kids? I think it basically means that the bankers of the future, like Christo's partner, won't go to those meetings. The Olympic athletes of the future won't be able to win Olympic gold medals. And you know what? They will all be blooming British.
Or
we are
maybe
getting weaker
we'll invest,
and more pathetic.
Or maybe, Bev, we'll invest in infrastructure that is designed for hot climates, because Britain is getting hotter. The climate is
Hillary,
increasing.
you gave that answer without even moving your lips.
We will invest in air conditioning and other heat infrastructure. Maybe that's what we'll do.
Zero mandates.
But nobody can afford to run any air conditioning because we've got 4 times the electricity bill in the UK than they have here in America.
And the net zero mandates, they're the ones that have actually precluded and prohibit any AC units, and that's why you don't
Hillary,
have them.
no one is saying we can't have electricity. It's saying the way we get that electricity from. If we invest in renewable infrastructure and green energy, then of course we can have air conditioning, just as most countries in Southern Europe will all have air conditioning as standard. There's no reason why Britain can't have that.
The solar panels are melting, and when there's no wind, the windmills don't blow. The wind machines don't blow.
Well, I tell you what, I think it's deeply, deeply disappointing, and I think it's extremely worrying. And there's a lot of lazy teachers who are delighted the kids are being sent out to do whatever they want in the afternoons and disrupting parents all across the country. I think it's a disgrace. And shame on any news presenters, by the way, who are also whipping up the fear around this. The only other thing I would say, if you know elderly people, go and check on them, check they're all right. Those are the elderly people are the ones who are suffering this temperature. Just have they remembered maybe close the curtains in the day, take them a cold drink,
you actually
look after them.
You actually rub ice on your wrist, because then it's where all the blood of your veins runs through, and then it immediately cools your body temperature down.
But kids are resilient. Right, now in other news, the man who is most likely Britain's next Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, is moving part of his number 10 operation to Manchester in what would be a radical shift in power away from Westminster. According to the Financial Times, the plans would be similar to those of President Trump's Mar-a-Lago, a kind of like Macclesfield Mar-a-Lago maybe. But in what could dampen Andy Burnham's hopes and dreams, a new YouGov poll has found that 48% of Britons are in favour of a general election. And could clips such as this one from social media be about to bite Burnham on the backside?
Just hang around the 6-yard box and I just wait for the chance to stick it away. I'm a typical politician on the football pitch. I let others do all of the hard work and I'm just waiting for the glory up front.
That has become comically prescient. I'm sure Andy Burnham's got his head in his hands. Let's talk to Anna Mikhailova here, political editor of Times Radio. Anna, honestly, it's one of the most fun things now is to go trawling through people's social media from years gone by who are in politics and finding the clips which reflect really badly on them. How do you think Andy Burnham is going to fare in that regard? Because he's been very prolific actually on Twitter and TikTok, etc.
He's really prolific. He's also very surprising in the way that he responds to people. So it's one of the things that really struck me during the Make a Feel campaign. I mean, most politicians, when they're doing something that high profile and immediately have a swarm of people come to build a team around them and run a big campaign like that, they go nowhere near their own social media. And yet there he was. Do you remember when he was photographed running in shorts in the first couple of days? And then people were mocking him for that. And he would just respond to each one individually, saying, well, it's my normal running route. What are you saying? It's not staged at all.
Yeah.
It's really funny. But honestly, it is also one of the things that helped him win there and win so decisively, because he does manage to act a little bit normal, a little bit more natural on this online world we're all in. Compare and contrast to Keir Starmer, current Prime Minister, but not for very long.
Yeah, we're short on time, Anna, unfortunately, but I want to know what you make of President Trump's reaction today about not knowing anything about Andy Burnham.
Well, it's not surprising. It's completely not surprising that President Trump doesn't really know of him, that he's not on his agenda. Obviously, if he does, as we all assume, enter Downing Street in a few weeks, he will have those introductions to the US president. But you do have to beg the question, because, you know, they will have to build a relationship pretty quickly. Yeah. And there are a couple of things going on. One, Keir Starmer's still going to the NATO summit in a few weeks, where he'll be with President Trump.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we understand
Anna,
why that's happening and why
I'm so
Starmer
sorry,
wants to do
but
that,
we've run out of time. I'm so sorry, we've run out of time, my love.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, good morning, live from Washington, D.C. This is Bev Turner on GB News with the story shaping Great Britain and the United States of America. So, America is back from the doldrums of the Biden years, and President Trump will imminently kick off celebrations marking the nation's 250th anniversary with a major speech in just moments. The tension around this is building here in Washington. It is going to be the most phenomenal couple of weeks of activity here in D.C. We're going to bring you every single minute, also tonight.
America was founded in the East, but it was built in the West. Out here on the frontier, the American spirit didn't fade. It's only gotten stronger.
Trump speaks out on Burnham. NATO chief Mark Rutte has been in the White House today. I was in the room for GB News and was much more interested in how the president feels about incoming Prime Minister Andy Burnham and Great Britain.
Know about who?
The new incoming Prime Minister Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal.
I don't know anything about him, he says. Now, the state against the majority, Nigel Farage, accuses Britain's institutions of systematically disadvantaging white Britons, and he has vowed a massive overhaul.
White working class boys are now the worst performing group in this country in terms of the education system, and yet constantly they're being told that they enjoy privileges that nobody else does.
An election war here in America. A federal judge has permanently blocked Donald Trump's order requiring proof of citizenship to vote. We'll discuss that. And the true cost of the Boris wave. New Home Office analysis suggests that Britain's post-Brexit migration surge could leave taxpayers with a multi-billion-pound bill.
Brought nonsense. I took back control.
I'm Bev Turner, and this is The Late Show Live. Joining me in Washington this evening, political commentator Hilary Fordwich, former aide to Margaret Thatcher, Niall Gardner, and in London we have Christo Fufas and Jonathan Liss. Thank you all, guys, for joining us tonight. I've got some breaking news. It's not good. It's not good breaking news this. Scotland have been knocked out of the World Cup after being defeated 3-0 by Brazil in their final group game. The Tartan Army saw their team decisively defeated in Miami, meaning that Scotland's journey in the competition has come to an end. I'm so sorry to bring you that news. The other match in the group saw Morocco defeat Haiti 4-2, meaning Scotland finished third overall. Joining us live from Glasgow is GB News national reporter Sophie Reaper. Sophie, this is gutting, actually, for all Brits and particularly for the Scots. What happened?
Morning, Scotland!
No Scotland, no party!
No party! Still here.
No
to bring you an update. It's not great news for Scotland. It's still quite likely that they will go out after that defeat. Let's see if we can get an answer though. Come and speak to me. Come on in. Come on in.
I'll talk to you.
Not a great result, 3-0. It's pretty likely that you're out of the World Cup once again. There is a tiny sliver of hope though. Are you going to still back the Tartan Army to maybe squeeze through based on other results?
We're going back to
I'm a part of the Tartan Army. So if
you are? You wearing a kilt?
If we get through it or not, I'm still a part of the Tartan Army. But
we're getting through it, doesn't it matter? We are going to get through.
Excuse my language.
No, the thing is, we haven't been here since 1998. The last time I was here, I was in primary school. Sorry, I was going to swear there.
Oh, you corrected yourself, thank you.
I was in primary school, and that is 1998. We are going to get through to the next round, and we are going to make it the first time that Scotland's ever been out the first round or the group stages in the World Cup, and we are going to fucking Scotland.
Apologies for any language there. Just how, all of you, how proud would you be of the boys if they could make it the furthest they've ever made it? Clean language only, clean.
I don't even care. I don't even care. I'm proud to the.
Hold on.
I'm
both
proud to
hold on.
the.
See if we get through these, right? Westminster needs to give Scotland an independence referendum, and
we
fuck
definitely
England.
do.
I don't care.
No, that's bad. Like we're not talking politics. We're talking football, of course. This young, come on. Clean language only, please. What did you make of the game?
Honestly, it was a good game, but independence referendum. It was a good game, but I expected us to score.
We don't have the finishers, that's the reality. We don't have the goal scorers, but we've got a heart and soul of a good team, but we just don't have the goal scorers.
I love that. You had a few chances, didn't you?
We did have a few chances.
Bev, I must say, in there, the atmosphere was unbelievable. The Scots always bring the party. Shall we have a chant of No Scotland, no party, no
independence to be done.
There you go, Bev. Still, even after that defeat, amazing atmosphere here in Glasgow. So they've still got hope.
It's an atmosphere. Keep on. God bless Scottish independence. Here we go. God bless Lawrence Shackland. That's what I should have said. That's what I should have. I've got one more thing.
Saying no Scotland, no party. Is that what they're saying? Are they saying no Scotland, no party? I think she's lost me. Were they saying no Scotland, no party?
Something like that.
I thought they said Scotland. Poor Sophie Reaper, that looked a little bit chaotic, didn't it?
To say the least.
Just a bit. So just to be clear, the match was in Miami, but Sophie was in Glasgow. I presume she was in a football stadium watching, like we didn't even get to find out where she was, did we? Because of the Larry Scots there, never mind. Let me know at home what you thought of that. gbnews.com/YourSafe. We can go back to Sophie in a slightly quieter place. Hopefully, we will try to do so. Now, a GB News alert this evening. Nigel Farage has just revealed why he thinks Britain's Equality Act has to be scrapped.
We would, as a party, scrap the Equalities Act because, frankly, what it's leading to are inequalities, especially against white people. Now, look, I know a lot of people will say, oh, you can't say that, you mustn't say that, but it is actually true, and it's right to call these things out.
He went on to partly blame the fall of what he called the colourblind meritocracy on rows that came from across the pond after the murder of George Floyd and the arrival of course, the Black Lives Matter movement. So would the proposal to scrap the Equality Act be a victory for this meritocracy, or would it risk ripping up a safeguard against discrimination? Let me ask my panel about this. It's controversial, as Nigel says, to rip up the Equality Act. And as a woman, I'm a little bit torn about this, I can't lie, because women have been protected by that. in a world that is still predominantly run by men, let's be honest, nowhere near not being. But I understand what it is that he's trying to do, Hilary.
What he's trying to do is reverse, and linking this all together in terms of the current stories with Andy Burnham and Sir Keir Starmer having to resign to Keir Keir. I think he's trying to reverse I think people bending over backwards, particularly, let's take an example like the Hampshire police with their training. Was it those police officers' actual mistake in the Henry Nowak case, or is it more that their training, this training to bend over backwards to accommodate and to lean towards minorities, and that are now going to become the majority? In certain cities they are. We know that every single major town in the UK has a Muslim mayor. So it's bending over backwards to those that have not assimilated into the UK, that have different religions, different beliefs, and haven't wanted to live up to and to uphold British standards. And I think that's what this is all about, and trying to get back on course a nation that had values based on Judeo-Christian values for hundreds of years, and getting back to that.
Yeah, there are many mayors in the UK that are Muslim. They're not all of them actually aren't Muslim, but we certainly have
major cities.
I don't think Birmingham has I don't think, amazingly, it's
really?
kind of ironic given the proportion of the people in Birmingham who are Muslim. I don't think it has a Muslim mayor in Birmingham. But what is it that Nigel's trying to achieve here, Niall?
I'm glad that Nigel Farage has said what he has said and pledged to scrap the Equality Act, because the Equality Act really divides the British people by race, frankly, and ethnicity. And we want to see a colour-blind country where everyone is treated equally. And the Equality Act is really, frankly, about, I would say, affirmative action towards some specific, ethnic groups. At the end of the day, that's how it is actually implemented. And what Nigel Farage is saying is actually far closer to the vision of, Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. wanted to see a colourblind America, a colourblind world, where people were not treated based upon the colour of their skin. And that's what we should be seeing in the UK right now.
But you see, people
an elimination of these sort of race-based policies, deeply divisive, and of course they lead to, frankly, racial discrimination against the white majority in many cases, as we saw clearly in the Henry Nowak case, in my view. And so what Nigel Farage is saying here is basic common sense. And yes, he is actually exemplifying the vision of Martin Luther King Jr. And that's a very good thing in my book.
When I see,
particularly with regard to the Southport incidents and all of these rape gangs, the over now 250,000 English white girls systemically raped by these gangs, the politicians, the police, basically subverting all of that and thwarting it because they were too afraid of racial uprising. What a sin.
I always get criticised when I say that I think some of this race equality, the equality that we were aspiring to, I think was well-intentioned, actually, because I think the wheel of change was not turning enough. There was too much discrimination against black people, against women, against gay people. However, I always get criticised for people saying it wasn't well-intentioned at all. It was always about moving towards a kind of homogenous planet where everybody is treated the same, where every country is the same, where we have no borders, where you would walk down the street in Washington and not know whether you're in Watlington or Withington. That was the point of all of this. And actually, therefore, we lose the nation state. We lose the sense of national identity. Where do we go with it now, Jonathan? You're shaking your head at me, because it does feel, and the statistics are bearing it out, that poor white young boys are failing.
No, we're all different. Clearly, we're all different. We have different strengths, different characteristics, different cultures. It's not about being the same as everyone else. It's about being treated equally and having equal opportunities. The Equality Act has always been about trying to mitigate the various oppressions and systemic injustices that people have faced in the past decades, trying to level that field so people have an equal shot at reaching their potential. That's only been what it's about. It's not about trying to give so people from disadvantaged communities or groups an upper hand. It's not about sort of, stamping on the foot of white people. It's never been about that. It's about recognising the Britain that existed not very long ago, a Britain that was systemically racist and sexist and homophobic, and acknowledging that, being honest about our failings, saying that we're still a great country, but we've had these problems, and trying to, sort of level the playing field, redress those injustices in whatever way the law has enabled, so people can have a fair shot or fair crack of the whip. So, if you have, and also it's helped people, for example, of a gender critical persuasion, because that view is now protected under the Equality Act. It's been found by the Supreme Court. So people who might be considered not on the progressive wing of politics, if you are in favour of trans rights, for example, I happen to be in favour of trans rights, but I still believe that gender critical people have the right to a fair hearing, have the right to express their views without fear of legal consequences or fear of losing their jobs or anything like that. So the Equality Act helps everybody. The idea that it's somehow systemically geared against white people is just absolute nonsense from start to finish, and that lie is perpetuated by people with an axe to grind.
I know, but the problem is DEI is such a fundamental part of ESG. It's all the blooming acronyms, isn't it? It's the environmental and social governance. It's the fact that you won't get your loan from the bank unless you can show your diversity quota in your employment roster. This is the problem, Christo. It has become not a choice as a boss of a company when people walk in for a job. It's become mandatory to tick the box of somebody that isn't straight, white, and predominantly male.
I think that it's gone wrong. I think that's the problem. I actually agree with you. I think it was well-intentioned, and something happened about 20 years ago where equality was about everyone just being at the same level. Gay people having the same rights to marry as straight people. People of an ethnic minority being treated the same when it comes to being employed or whatever as other people. Something has happened in as much as equality seems to have become about making the majority feel terrible about themselves, and if you don't take some sort of affirmative action, then you are part of the problem. That's what I think people get annoyed about. Secondly, as well, I don't think it's like, as Jonathan was alluding to, it's some sort of terrible anti-white conspiracy. I think the thing that people get annoyed about, though, is that when people who are white then need some of what would be in the Equality Act for someone else, it gets ignored. So, for instance, the statistic that we were talking about before about, working class white boys being the worst performing in schools, if that was any other kind of minority, then everyone would be screaming about the Equalities Act and saying something should be done about it. But when it's working class white boys, it isn't. So the Equality Act, I think, needs revising for that reason, because it doesn't seem to be equal when it comes to actually everyone. But we should also remember that as Jonathan pointed out, and I can't believe I'm going to agree with some of it actually we do need. For instance, when you go to hospital, part of equality and diversity and all of that is realising that there might be an illness that a white straight man suffers from that would be different to a man of an ethnic minority. Well, you're going to learn that, unfortunately, in some of the diversity training. So I think getting rid of it all is a bad idea, but it needs revising without a doubt.
Yeah. OK, thank you, fellas. I'm joined now in the studio by journalist and host of the Warwick Report, Jade Warwick. Jade, thank you so much for joining us. Now, you couldn't hear what my panel was saying there about Nigel Farage's plans to scrap the Equality Act, but what do you think about that ambition?
I think it's necessary because DEI costs lives. We have multiple cases that are going to upset your audience where doctors and nurses have delivered children and in the process decapitated them, and that's because of DEI. They were hired because of their skin colour and because they were a woman, and I want the best people for the job.
Now, of course, we know statistically that black women are 5 times more likely to die in childbirth than white women, even in the UK. And a big part of that is because they're not listened to. That is what the findings show. Surely, therefore, that needs to be factored into this, that black women need to be listened to and respected, and maybe this kind of legislation helps that.
Oh, of course, yeah, but I really do think that we need to have true meritocracy, because without that we will be living in idiocracy.
And so how do you make that happen, though, in terms of a business? Do we just rip up any sort of quota, any DEI, any ESG?
I do think we need to start from scratch because there's been too many cooks in the kitchen, and we live in a modern world with AI, and we're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
What do you mean by that?
We're going to have to look at how the world works now. New statistics, you know, the female body is studied a lot less than the male, and we need to work alongside AI and also put the best people forward and factor in everything that's going on in the world.
But where do we sit in terms of the DEI agenda then, and Nigel Farage's ambition? Do we have to pivot towards looking at AI alongside employment law? You know, I'm just thinking how we marry those two conflicting issues.
I mean, like I said, the best people for the job. So if you score the highest, you know, in a medical exam, I want you as my surgeon. I don't care what your skin color is or your race, religion, anything, yeah.
But so do you think there's no way in which we need to help people who don't have the same opportunities? Because often we talk about skin colour, whereas we should actually be talking about social class. It's often about the fact that you know, black boys won't do well at school, but that's not because they're black. It's not about their melanin. It's about their opportunities in life, and they haven't been given the opportunities or the same education. How do we address that?
Again, start from scratch. You know, we need to pull everyone out of what people call the ghetto and the working class. You know, it's such a shame because there are brilliant minds who are working class in the UK and they don't get the same opportunity as people that are born into money or royalty.
But how do we do that? How do we give people social mobility and opportunity? I mean, Starmer and Andy Burnham would say, well, we've got a socialist government. That's what we need to raise these boys up.
No, socialism always leads to communism, and that has never worked out. Capitalism, whether people like it or not, it works. And with AI, with the internet, people don't even need to go to university anymore. They can learn anything from home. And I think that is where we're headed in the future, and I'm very excited for that.
Okay, Jade, thank you. Jade Warwick there. Right, still to come on The Late Show Live this evening. In just a few moments, President Trump is going to kick off America's 250th birthday with a massive speech. Do not miss it. It is a beautiful evening here in Washington, D.C. It's going to be quite the sight down there. Stay with me. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News. So, over the past few years, much of the media has focused on the manosphere, crossing continents to find examples of angry, lonely men who despise women. But GB News' US correspondent Steve Edgington has been on a new investigation asking the question, what about the angry young women? Well, data suggests that young women today are more anxious, depressed, lonely, and far more likely to have negative views towards men than men have negative views towards women. So Stephen travelled to New Mexico to look into these statistics a little further and take GB News viewers inside the femisphere. This was Anna, who is refusing to speak to her father because he supports the MAGA movement.
I can be friends with people who have differences of opinions. I can't be friends with people who have differences of morality, which is a big part of why I don't speak to my dad anymore. You know, we had a blowout not too long ago, and I just said I can't be part of, you know, watching this deterioration of morality in your world.
And was it your decision to end the relationship with him?
Yes. I blocked him on all social media, and I haven't spoken with him since that last message. I did send him a birthday card, but it was really benign. It just said, I hope you have the birthday you deserve.
And Stephen Edgington joins me now. One woman revealed just how much she hated men, but I'm going to hang on to that clip. We'll have a look at that in just a minute. Stephen, it's a triumph of a documentary, not least because I'm in it for quite a lot of it. But seriously, it is really good. And why did you want to do it?
Because I think there's such an obsession in the media with this so-called manosphere, the Andrew Tates of this world. And I think there's not enough focus on what's happening with young women. And there's this media narrative that young men today have become misogynistic, lonely, angry, basically just anti-women and disgusting people. And I think actually there's an interesting phenomenon, perhaps mirrored amongst young women who are going through similar issues, who maybe are lonely, maybe they're also angry for different reasons, and perhaps they have very anti-male feelings. And I wanted to explore that. So there was some interesting polling that was done in Britain that said that young women are twice as likely to have negative feelings towards men as men are towards women. And I think there is this overwhelming narrative in the media about the manosphere, and I wanted to investigate what some people are calling the femosphere.
Well, maybe some men are just rubbish, and that's why more women dislike men than men dislike women.
I think lots of men are rubbish and lots of women are rubbish. And,
we got more rubbish boyfriends. Well, this is the thing, and maybe that's the issue. There's a kind of like perfectionism ambition now, isn't there? And I think maybe it comes slightly from social media, in that every woman thinks she's got to have the perfect man, and every man thinks he's got to have the perfect woman. And generally, throughout history, men and women just kind of rubbed along okay, and everybody had relatively low expectations of each other. Let's have a quick look at how one woman revealed to you just how much she hates all men.
In my interview with Nikki, she said she would rather face a bear than a man in a forest.
We would all choose the bear.
I asked the same question to Luna.
The bear, and it's going to be, I'm sure, for the same reason that thousands of women have already expressed. With the man, it's so much more dangerous, I feel like, because even, let's say there is a bear attack, they're going to do what they're going to do and then leave. And with the man, it's just so much worse. It really, really is.
With the bear, though, I mean, they could rip you apart and kill you. So I suppose there's that danger, isn't there? So why do you think that's much more kind of dangerous than a man?
Because then it would be over, at least.
A sort of man derangement syndrome there. That woman there, for anyone who didn't quite understand that, there's this phenomenon on social media, isn't there, where they ask women, would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear? And they say a bear because they hate men that much.
They say it's because they fear men. And I just want to say, with that woman specifically, I don't think she hates all men. I think she would rather be murdered and ravaged by a bear in a forest than meet a man, which I think is odd, to say the least. I think that's completely irrational. I don't think she necessarily hates men, but she definitely fears men.
Yeah.
And I think there is a phenomenon of women, lots of women fearing men. Now, some of that is justified.
Yeah.
Because young women and all women have to experience bad men doing bad things. Like, I know lots of young girls in DC who are harassed all the time, and that's terrible. But you can take it too far, and you can live your life in total isolation, in fear of all men, and just be alone and just have this kind of hatred towards the other sex, which is unproductive and bad for you and bad for your mental health. And, it means that loads of women are not having children today and having families. And I think that that's causing a lot of people to be upset, maybe later in life, and regret not making that decision. So I'm just worried that young women are seeing maybe stuff on the internet or going through some of their own personal experiences, and they're generalizing too much, and they're taking it maybe one step too far in their lives.
And the irony is, of course, those women would probably consider themselves to be incredibly kind of liberal and progressive and sort of woke by any definition, and yet they are doing exactly what they would accuse people of doing who are racist, which is to tar everyone with the same brush from one particular demographic cohort. So all men are dangerous. If you meet any man in the forest, he's going to kill you. That's so narrow-minded. Did you feel like they understood? Did they have the insight, the women that you interviewed, to see where some of this dislike of men came from?
Well, I think, again, they would say it's fear. There was one woman who gave me some stickers, which were in her, she had this shop, and she had these stickers, and they depicted women killing men, and it said things like, end the patriarchy, and it would have a picture of a woman with a man's severed head. And I thought, I mean, if that's not the femosphere, I don't know what is. And I don't think Andrew Tate would ever hand out stickers of women murdering, or men murdering women with sort of promotional slogans. So I think, social media is to answer for a lot of this. They're all kind of bouncing off each other. They're in their little echo chambers. and they're kind of radicalising each other, much as the media says that Andrew Tate is radicalising a generation of young men. And by the way, just on that very briefly, I don't know how many young men actually treat Andrew Tate that seriously. They may watch him for entertainment
I think
purposes.
he's a bit of a comedy figure,
I think he's funny, and you know, a lot of people watch him because he's funny, not
Yeah.
necessarily because they take everything he says 100%
he's
seriously.
not a guru.
But on the female side of things, there are a lot of influencers online who are very popular, who do spread these messages, these ultra-feminist, anti-male messages, and have not normalised the idea that all men are evil.
And we have to work together. We have to work together. We have to live together. We have to have more sex and have more babies, and that is just not happening. Stephen, where can people see your documentary?
They can watch it on the GB News YouTube channel.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. It's the Femisphere. Right, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live. In just a few moments, President Trump is going to kick off America's 250th birthday with a massive speech. He was excited about this when I saw him earlier today. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again. To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Thank you for joining me this evening. Now, in just a few moments, President Trump is going to kick off the massive America's 250th Independence Day, July the 4th birthday celebrations with a massive speech just down the road from where we sit here. It will be beautiful, so stay with me to see that. I'm joined in the studio this evening by political commentator Hilary Fordwich, former aide to Margaret Thatcher, Niall Gardner, and in London we've got Jonathan Liss and Christo Foufas. Whilst we wait for Trump to come on stage here, can I just talk to you about these 250th celebrations, Niall, and how important they are for America? They are huge.
They're hugely important, and it's great that we have a president who is so deeply patriotic.
Yeah.
And the contrast with, Joe Biden is absolutely massive, really. And the energy that the President Trump invests in the 250th anniversary celebrations. This is a president who genuinely cares about the United States, the future of America, the American people, and he cares about what Washington, D.C. looks like.
Yeah.
And has gone to great lengths, actually, to make D.C. a far nicer, safer, and beautiful city. And so I'm grateful to have a president like that. And the contrast between Trump and Biden, and also, frankly, with Obama before him, is immense, really. And it is striking as well that among Trump supporters, if you ask them, do you really, believe that America is a great nation? Are you patriotic? Do you feel proud to be an American? The vast majority say yes. If you ask Democrats the same question, barely a quarter of them have any pride in their own country. And this is the contrast between the two sides here in the United States at this stage.
One of the big stories here, and it made it over the pond as well, actually. In fact, I did a video on Instagram for GB News for it on social media, is about the reflecting pond at the Lincoln Memorial. Now, if you aren't familiar with this, of course, the Lincoln Memorial, stunning, incredible, iconic piece of architecture in DC. And in front of that is the reflecting pond, which is, how big is it, Hilary? It must be, is it 100 metres long?
No, much longer than that. I don't know how long it is, but it's much longer than that. I believe it's many football fields. No,
oh, wow.
I don't know if you know how long it is, but and it's not a reflecting pool, except because it was so muddy and so disgusting before President Trump cleaned it up.
Yeah, so it's full of algae and it hadn't been renovated for years. Now, President Trump has come in, and we know he likes beautiful things. He likes his house to look beautiful. He likes Mar-a-Lago to be beautiful. Nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. That's okay. Take pride in your appearance and take pride in your environment that you're around, and you will strive to be a better person. Just my personal opinion. And so he's tried to clean up the reflecting pond. And just tell us what's happened, Niall.
Yeah, well, so you've had insane left-wing activists who have tried to disrupt the efforts to beautify the reflecting pool and other monuments in Washington. The left want to tear everything down. Conservatives in the United States, led by President Trump, want to raise up the nation, because the United States is the real hope for the future of the free world, isn't it?
So he drained it, didn't he?
Yes.
And relaid the base of this pool. He was talking about it today.
Yes.
And somebody came along with a knife and cut it.
Yeah, they cut it, and they actually spread something in it, which actually, it's only allegedly right now that it was this particular person, but what we know is it was actually basically destroyed, and it actually released all these chemicals, and it became disgusting. But I think just one thing, if I could add to what you said about President Trump, and Niall made the great point about him cleaning up this nation because he's patriotic. As a young man, his father taught him, if the outside of a restaurant is filthy and dirty, don't go in and don't eat there, because it's going to be filthy and dirty on the inside. And one of the things President Trump has said is that Washington, D.C. is the capital of our nation. It really is the gateway to our nation, and it should be a cleaned up city. So that's why he started to clean it up. And now to Niall's very valid point about those that are patriotic and not. Since when has it become in a country negative and bad to fly their own national flag? Of course, in England, obviously, the Bristol County Council said not to fly the flag of St. George or the English flag during the World Cup. But no, here in America, if you fly the Star-Spangled Banner now, the American national flag, you're actually viewed as, oh, you're far right and you're far right wing. It's actually almost viewed as anti-patriotic to fly the national flag, and that is such a pity. Americans actually have really turned, and of course we've heard the term in the UK, Trump derangement syndrome, and what it's done is it's rendered them unpatriotic because they're just anti anything that President Trump does. And ironically, to Niall's great point, everything he does is very patriotic in support of this nation. And now, if I just might add, last but not least, with regard to the 250th anniversary, one of the things they're doing is they're actually have this time capsule and have a number of items to be opened up in 250 years from now. And I'm just hoping there's nothing in there that anyone 250 years from now will be unpatriotic about.
Well, who knows what I guess we're going to find out what they're going to put in their time capsule. I just wonder, If we have one, is it one that they need to open from a few years ago? I don't know. Let me go to my paddle in London on this. This issue of the reflecting pool, guys, has been genuinely like a headline-making news here. Not least because when news channels have gone down to the reflecting pool and they've interviewed people who were there looking really, really cross, and they say to them, you know, do you support this beautification of your city? They say no, because it's a vanity project of President Trump. And Jonathan, it's like, I've seen multiple interviews of people where they say, well, it's a vanity project of his, it isn't for the sake of the country. Now, that sort of insanity, that lunacy, that psychoanalysis that people do is uniquely reserved for President Trump, because it is psychoanalysis.
I literally can't believe that you're using this story of all stories to kind of illustrate a Trump derangement syndrome on the other side. This is clear Trump from start to finish. He identified a problem that wasn't a massive problem, which was that the reflecting pool wasn't reflecting well enough. He offered,
it was horrible.
He offered the
black.
bid to his friend without any competition, gave the friend millions and millions of dollars. The friend botched the job. Clearly had no
$16 million it is.
Right, I think 16 or 20. The friend clearly botched the job. Algae formed. The paint started peeling away. Trump went to visit in armoured vehicles, which damaged that freshly made paint. So they didn't have any idea what they were doing. And when the paint started to peel off and algae started to bloom, despite the fact that Trump had said it couldn't be cut with a knife just a few weeks ago, he invented this story about someone cutting a 300-foot gash in the pool, which became 350 feet while Trump was still talking. There was inflation in the gash, because clearly this guy is out of his mind and has no idea what he's talking about on a day-to-day basis. And they arrest a 67-year-old guy whose only crime was to look at the paint, the peeling paint, and to touch it or tear a little bit off. And he's now the fool guy. He's facing years in jail potentially, and they're pinning it all on him, where really the culprits are these vain, egotistical narcissists in the White House who thought they saw a problem, grifted their way out of it, and are now reaping the consequences, and can't for once, even for one time, admit they were wrong in even a tiny way. That's Trump from start to finish, all over.
But if this is a 250th anniversary celebration, and the geography of this town is such that you've got the Washington Monument and you've got the White House, you've got the Lincoln Memorial, these are phenomenal pieces of architecture. You can see the Washington Monument there in the background. It's entirely acceptable, surely, for the president to want to spruce up the city.
Yeah, but then you have a fair bidding process, Bev.
As we did in Manchester when we had the Commonwealth Games.
Right.
And yet, when President Trump does it, you say, oh, it's just his vanity project.
Bev, I didn't say that.
I didn't say that, Bev. Anything right.
I didn't say that, Bev. I said that if you identify a problem, and I'm not an expert, maybe there was a problem in the reflecting pool, it could have been beautified. I'm not denying that. But in that case, you have an open bidding process, you assess the bids from people who know what they're doing, and you award the contract to people who offer the best bid. You don't give it to your friend, you don't pay your friend over the odds. Clearly, the person that Trump gave the job to didn't know what they were doing, and now instead of owning up to that incompetence, they're blaming a poor 67-year-old Olympian whose only crime was to tear off a bit of the paint that was already peeling. That, to me, is completely outrageous.
I've not seen the evidence of which you talk about who the contract was given to. You know, I guess. I don't know. Well, I think we're going to.
Are you saying that it was vandals who did this, Bev? Because I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Respond.
Yeah, go on now.
If I can respond, because Jonathan's not here on the ground in Washington, and his interpretation. Frankly, a lot of it sounds like pure science fiction. A number of people have actually been arrested for vandalising, monuments and so on across Washington D.C. It's not just one individual, and this idea that the person they've arrested for the attack on the reflecting pool is some completely innocent figure and so on, just happened to be passing by. Well, this is a very serious investigation, and I do think with Jonathan that he asserts himself some kind of expert about what's going on in Washington D.C. and he's not, he's not here on the ground. We're here on the ground. We see the reality, and we see the immense efforts that President Trump has been making in order to beautify the city, and that's a very positive thing, really. After the Democrats have really, let the city, slide into a state of real disrepair. But President Trump has turned things around. It's a far safer, more beautiful city right now than it has been for decades, actually. And this is very evident to anyone who's actually here on the ground. That includes the three of us here. Jonathan, you're not here in Washington, and I think your knowledge of what's actually happening here in Washington is close to zero, frankly. If you were here on the ground, you would acknowledge, Jonathan, that you would acknowledge that Washington is a far more beautiful and safe city today than it was prior to President Trump's
What's the crime
return.
rate in Washington D.C., Niall? What's the crime rate in Washington D.C.?
It's fallen a lot, actually, Jonathan. It's fallen a lot.
It's on decline.
It's
actually,
bigger than the crime
I would say
rate in
Washington,
London, mate.
downtown Washington, far safer actually than the centre of London.
Far more homicides in Washington than there are in London. Try and deny that.
Look, Jonathan, we can compare all kinds of various statistics and so on between Washington D.C. and Sadiq Khan's horrific London, as President Trump calls it. But Jonathan, you don't really know much at all about Washington D.C. or the United States or U.S. politics, and you were just venting from across the Atlantic, and you don't know the reality, do you? You don't actually know what you're talking about, Jonathan. Really, that's the reality, actually.
You know who Jonathan should listen to? He should listen to all the World Cup fans that are over here and don't want to go back because they're finding out what a wonderful country it is.
Yeah, the World Cup yesterday in Boston, watching the England game, actually, Jonathan.
I can give you some statistics on this.
Been a huge success, Jonathan. I know you're cackling away in the distance there, I don't know what you're cackling about, Jonather, but you sound completely out of your mind.
Let me tell you some statistics on the crime here in Washington. Let's have a look at some statistics on the crime here in Washington D.C. as we watch these pictures and wait for President Trump to come on stage. By early February of this year, apparently according to NBC, which is not a pro-Trump channel, D.C. officials said that violent crime was down 36% year on year. Overall crime was down 32%. Phenomenal statistic actually is around homicides. So by April this year, homicides were down 51% compared at the same point in 2025.
Yeah, and the homicide rate is still vastly greater than Britain's. Vastly.
Well, they've got guns.
Yeah.
And that tends to make
people like Niall
fairly likely.
Right, okay, fine, but that's illustrating the point that Washington is still a far more dangerous city than London.
Yes.
I really hope that Niall can, there's some kind of procedure that allows Niall to be surgically removed from Trump when the time comes, because it must be very hot up there.
Jonathan, let me just tell you a little bit more. I don't know. I'd like to find if we can have our vast team of researchers in London can quickly look at it for me, but how it compares to London, of course.
Well, I can tell you something, Bev, if you like. So violence against the person in London has gone up 6.7% year on year. Homicides are down in London, but of course, many of us like to measure the way in which we live in London, not against your likelihood of being murdered. I don't want to live in a city where you have to zones where you can't get your phone out and you have to have sort of, blood kits on the side of roads because of the fact you need to stem bleeding when people are being stabbed. But unfortunately, that's now the city that we live in. We live in a country where you have to have bollards on every single bridge in order to stop terror attacks rather than stop terrorists, and we have to have steak and chocolate and cheese behind barriers in supermarkets because people shoplift so often. I mean, that's the country we now live in here in the United Kingdom, and I don't really tend to like that very much.
No, I hate it, but I can give you some numbers actually. DC, murders in 2025, population of about 700,000, that is 18 homicides per 100,000 residents. London, at the same period of time, 100 to 130 homicides per year across a population of about 9 million. So that is roughly 1.5 homicides per 100,000 residents. So basically, DC has... 10 to 15, exactly. So DC has 10 to 15 times more murders than in London. However, they have higher rates of armed robbery and carjacking. These are the crimes which tend to happen here in Washington DC that we don't see in the same way as London. And of course, it is gun-related violence. A lot of it is gang-related violence in DC as well.
Like there are. Thank goodness.
I agree with you. I agree. Thank goodness we don't have guns.
Look, Bev, I love Washington. I've been there many times. I love it. But I know which city I would rather be in. I know which city I feel safer in, and that's London.
But does Washington love you, Jonathan? That's the question.
Christo, don't be ridiculous.
Well, I can tell you the biggest difference that President Trump has made to this city in terms of safety is the National Guard. We've said it before, it's getting the National Guard on the street so that when I walk out of my apartment, there are men and women in uniform who are there to say, "Good morning, madam," and if somebody tries to mug me, there are safety precautions in place, and that is amazing.
Apartment, Bev. Ben
didn't get attacked outside his apartment. No, there was a shooting, and we live in the same apartment, by the way, but there was a shooting.
Okay, that's all right then.
Just outside our door, there was a shooting just outside, and it was basically because there was a load of youths, a load of young kids. They have a massive problem with youth disruption. Youth crime is pretty problematic in Washington DC, in the area where we live, down at the Navy Yard, which until recently was not a particular. It's still not like it's not the nicest area in DC, and apparently there was a load of kids out about 2 o'clock in the morning, and somebody came over and shot a gun at them and shot one of the kids. Now. Oh, we're listening to Lee Greenwood here. This is President Trump's, one of his famous artists, Grammy Award winning, who sings incredibly patriotic songs. Here we go, have a listen.
Worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky Well, thank you, Lee, and hello, Washington, and a very big hello to America. Thank you. And 10 days from now, our country will celebrate one of the most monumental milestones in human history. We will mark 250 years of glorious American freedom. In 1776, our founding fathers met in Philadelphia and changed the world forever and ever with a thing called the Declaration of Independence. They proclaimed the eternal truth that we are endowed by our Creator with the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We all made, and you know that, free and equal by the hand of Almighty God. Those timeless American principles did not just win a revolution, but they built us into the greatest, strongest, and most exceptional nation the world has ever known. There has never been anything like the United States of America, and together we are making it bigger and better and stronger and far more exceptional than ever before. Today we have the largest economy on earth. We have the strongest military on earth. We have the most powerful technology on earth. We have the greatest culture on earth. And above all, we have the greatest people on earth. Greatest. Tonight, as we stand on the edge of our 250th year of independence, I am thrilled to declare that America is back. As you know very well, a short time ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're respected by everybody. Nobody's laughing at us anymore. 2 years ago, they were laughing. Now, we're the most respected anywhere. Think of it, anywhere in the world. Where were we 2 years ago? We weren't respected. We were a joke. We're not a joke anymore. Most powerful country in the world. But just like those patriots of 1776, over the past 17 months, we have taken power back from the far-off political class. They're trying to gain it back, but it's not going to happen. We have reclaimed our sovereignty, regained our liberty, restored our prosperity, and we have saved our country. In all things, we're once again putting a thing called America first. And last week, we signed a historic agreement to end the conflict with Iran, fully open the Strait of Hormuz, and accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. That's done. And thanks to the power and skill of the United States Armed Forces, today Iran has no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft capacity, no missile launches, no manufacturing, and their leadership has been obliterated. And for the first time in 3,000 years, we are finally going to have peace in the Middle East. We're going to have peace in the Middle East. Since the agreement, the stock market and your 401ks are skyrocketing upward, and oil prices are plummeting downward. Today, it hit a new low, and the world is a much safer place. We had to make that little journey to Iran to do what we did. Very soon, you'll be at $2.50 a gallon for gasoline. And even lower than that, just like it was before we took the nuclear weapon away from Iran, and it will be away from Iran for a very long time. Forever, really. In my first term, I rebuilt our military and created the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in history. And now we are going to blow that away. We're doing better, much better than even the first term. America's 250th year is set for an economic boom, the lights of which no nation has ever seen before. No nation has ever been in the place that we are right now. In 4 long years of the last administration, which was a total disaster, they got less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. That's less than $1 trillion in 4 years. In my first 11 months, we secured commitments for $19.1 trillion of new investment from all over the globe, and they're building factories and plants, and they're building everything all over our country. The stock market has set 73 all-time record highs since the election, and more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Thank you. On the 4th of July, 1 year ago, I signed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, and the largest regulation cuts in American history by far. In the American Revolution, they had a saying, no tax on tea. But with the great big beautiful bill, we did even better. We gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans. You go out and buy an automobile, the interest on the loan is fully tax deductible. Never happened before, but only if the car happens to be made in America. And we're setting records in automobile construction. Our country is strong again, our country is wealthy again, and our country is safe again. In January 2025, we inherited the worst, most dangerous, most wide open and insecure border in history. And we have quickly turned it into the strongest, most secure border in the history of our country. For the past 13 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. We're removing murderers, gang members, drug dealers, and dangerous criminals by the thousands. They came in through a ridiculous open border. I want to say a very special thanks to all of the men and women who have helped liberate America from this scourge, the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol. You are heroes. You are heroes. With the help of our law enforcement heroes, in 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 66%. Drugs coming in by ocean or by sea are down 97%. And Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest, most beautiful cities anywhere in the United States of America. For many years, our country was ruled by politicians who let America and its capital fall into decline and total disrepair. The city named in honor of General George Washington was turned into a national disgrace, but not anymore. Today, the homeless encampments are gone. The graffiti is gone. Since I took office, more than 50 monuments and memorials have been repaired and beautified. Dozens of statues have been cleaned and they look so nice. 22 fountains have been fixed. At Union Station, the statue of Christopher Columbus is clean and fountain. That fountain is flowing and it looks so beautiful. I just looked at it. Coming over, it is so beautiful. That white marble is nice and clean. There's no more graffiti stains all over it. The water is cascading at Meridian Hill Park. And I am personally, along with Doug and some of my friends, renovating Lafayette Square at the front door of the White House, and it's going to be beautiful and opens in a short period of time. And the reflecting pool that you've heard so much about, which is so incredible, it's been gruesomely vandalized by thugs, bad people.
but soon will be looking as beautiful as it looked just 2 weeks ago. In fact, I looked at it just a little while ago. It looks perfect already, but we're fixing it. The vandals got to it. They've largely been caught and are being prosecuted. We can't let that happen to our country. Can't let that happen. But it looks beautiful. Under the Trump administration, America is once again a nation of self-respect, dignity, and pride. Under our leadership, America will also be a nation that dares to dream and to build again. We want to build again and dream again. The American dream is alive again. That's something that nobody thought they'd be saying when you went through that last 4 years of incompetence. For the 100th anniversary of our founding in 1876, America completed the Washington Monument, and the work began on the Statue of Liberty. For our 150th year, we built Colonial Williamsburg. Remember that, Colonial Williamsburg, how beautiful it was. For the 200th year, we built the National Air and Space Museum and renovated the United States Capitol. For our 250th anniversary, we are likewise building new monuments to American greatness to serve every future president and First Lady. We're building the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world right at the White House. Right at the White House. It's going to be completed very soon. And just across the bridge in front of Arlington Cemetery, we're building a magnificent, really beautiful. This is going to be something you're going to like, a totally magnificent triumphal arch to honor the 250-year triumph of the American spirit, American military, and frankly, American competence. In West Potomac Park, we are creating the National Garden of American Heroes, featuring 250 or more statues of the greatest Americans who have ever lived. It's going to be beautiful. And next week at Freedom Plaza, we will unveil the Spirit of 76 exhibition honoring the heroes and martyrs of the American Revolution. And remember, 1776, what a time that was. Where we've come from there, what a date it is. It's a date like no other date. From Athens to Rome, from London to Paris, from New York to LA, and from all of the other parts of the world, the great civilizations of history did not wallow in aging ruins of the past. They built new cities, they created new monuments, and they forged towering legacies that still inspire the world after hundreds and even thousands of years. As America turns 250 years old, young by comparison to some, but superior to any nation that's ever been built, no matter how many years it took. We are the inheritors of these incredible traditions. We are the ones who are carrying forward the light of Western civilization, because this is the very beginning of the golden age of America. We're in the golden age. There's never been an age like this. There's never been an age like this. This anniversary is a time to be proud of our past, but it is also a time to lift our sights, expand our ambitions, and raise our expectations of what America can be. We will leave our children nothing less than the richest inheritance. But with all of that being said, the best is yet to come. Best is yet to come. I'm very pleased to be joined tonight by our great Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Mike, thank you. Stand up, Mike. He's been great. Attorney General Todd Blanche. Todd, thank you. Secretary of the Interior, who works with me so hard on the monuments and the fountains. He loves it like I do. Doug Burgum. Doug, thank you very much. Those prices are tumbling down. They're tumbling down. We inherited a mess. Brooke Rollins. Thank you, Brooke. Secretary of Labor Keith Sonderling. Secretary of Transportation, you heard him, and he's great. Sean Duffy. Sean, thank you. Our wonderful Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Secretary of Homeland Security Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma. Acting Director of National Intelligence Bill Pulte. Thank you, Bill. FBI Director Kash Patel. CMS Administrator, and he's doing a fantastic job, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Ambassador Monica Crowley. Thank you, Monica. And countless members, so many members of Congress, I will not go over the names, and senators, we appreciate that you're here. This is a very special night. Thank you all very much, the Senate and the House. As you know, over the past few weeks, America has been proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and it's setting attendance records and television rating records like never before. Who would have thought this was going to happen? They would say it's not our primary sport, but it's happening. And I want to just congratulate my friend, FIFA President Gianni Infantino. He's been fantastic to deal with, and he's very happy. Everything is a record. It's like having a Super Bowl every day. And I know everyone joins me in wishing Team USA good luck in their match tomorrow against Turkey in Los Angeles. They're doing great. Every day of my administration, we're delivering one historic victory after the next for the American people. We're unleashing American energy dominance and drill, baby, drill. You remember during the campaign, drill, baby, drill. And America is now the largest producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia by far combined. And under my most favored nation agreement on drug prices, we are delivering the largest reduction in drug price history with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. Who would think that if you took down 0.5%, somebody said you were a genius, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800%? Nobody's seen anything like it. We had the highest drug prices in the world, and now we're going to be having the lowest drug prices in the world. And you think that was easy. It wasn't. For decades, Americans paid the highest prices. Think of that. There's never been a time where when I took this over, the highest prices, and now, just remember, you go to TrumpRx.gov and you get what you're looking for at prices so much lower that a lot of people don't even believe it's happening. We passed the largest ever investment in the United States military, more than $1 trillion. And this year, all made in the USA, we're going to be asking Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane and all of us, we're going to, and by the way, how good is our military? How good is our military? One week, Iran was essentially finished. In 1 hour, Venezuela was finished. And I guess we have other things in store, but we don't want to get carried away. Recruitment for every branch of our armed forces, so importantly, is setting records. 18 months ago, we had shortages, and now we have waiting lists. We couldn't get people to join the military. None of them, none of the branches. They were all dying to get people. They couldn't. Then the thing happened on November 5th. It's called a great election victory. And from that moment on, now you can't even get into the military. We have waiting lists to get into the military and to become policemen and to become firemen. It's really fantastic what's happened. The spirit in this country is like from a different planet from what it was a year and a half ago. In a flawless and breathtaking operation earlier this year, America's armed forces captured the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and brought him back to face American justice. One of the great military raids in history, if you remember. And here at home, we abolished DEI across the entire federal government. We don't want DEI. And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And I signed the largest expansion of school choice in history. And we have begun the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education. Thank you, Linda. because we're sending education back to the states where it belongs. We banned the transgender mutilation of children, and we made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. We got men out of women's sports. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico after 350 years. They are 100 years older than we are. We named the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and restored the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it belongs. And tonight, right here on the National Mall, we are beginning the most unforgettable birthday party any country has ever seen. Oh, you're going to have a good time. You're going to have a good time. This evening, it's my honor to officially kick off the celebration with the Great American State Fair. It's going to be great. It's going to be unbelievable. So from today through July 10th, this event will showcase all 56 states and territories. There will be no military flyovers. And I want to tell you something, because they're going to be beyond flyovers. There'll be something like you've never seen. You get just a little tiny glimpse of it tonight. By the way, how good is our Air Force? How good is our... Nobody's ever seen those planes. They are serious planes. When the bad guys see those planes coming, they say, we give up. But we're going to have special performances, patriotic music, high-tech demonstrations, unique exhibitions, a FIFA fan zone, which is great, and it really has been big stuff, and even an old-fashioned rodeo. I love rodeo. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up. Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say, he didn't fill out the arena. No, I'll be speaking. I'll be very proudly speaking as we ring in our 250th year with the largest fireworks display in world history, 10 times larger than any that we've ever done in Washington or in the United States. So if you like fireworks, then in August, we're going to have what's called the Patriot Games, a first-of-its-kind competition featuring the greatest high school athletes from all across the United States. And applications are open through July 10th. These are the best athletes in the country, young athletes. And soon thereafter, we'll have a Freedom 250 Grand Prix right here in Washington around the Capitol. That's the great Roger Penske. Roger Penske. It's going to be an Indy race that they've been trying to get. He said, we've been trying to get it for 29 years. We came to Washington over 200 times. And with you as president, we came here a half an hour and it was done. So we're going to have Indy wrapping around the Capitol, down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's going to be amazing. It's in August. In conclusion, 250 years ago, a new nation was founded by farmers and soldiers, shopkeepers and tradesmen who stood strong to defend their rights, their families, and their freedom from tyranny across the sea, from every city and town, from the mountains and valleys, from the backwoods and rocky shores. They came by the thousands to fill the ranks of American patriots and enlist their lives in the righteous cause of independence. That's what they did. This exceptional nation was forged and won by some of the bravest, toughest, strongest, most extraordinary people ever to stride the earth. Together we stand on the shoulders of incomparable heroes such as George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Paul Jones, John Hancock at Lexington and Concord, Brooklyn and Saratoga, Trenton and Yorktown, and at Independence Hall in Philadelphia. These real-life legends and American icons poured out their blood, sweat, and tears and risked everything they had to purchase and to live the most priceless and glorious inheritance of any people ever to be on this earth. They all lived by the oath that Patrick Henry made immortal: give me liberty or give me death. For 250 years, every generation of Americans have taken up this same call to freedom, from the storied alleys of Boston to the streets of Philadelphia, from the golden fields of Michigan to the gleaming shores of California, and from Texas to Florida to right here in now beautiful and extremely safe Washington, D.C. Our American ancestors fought and won the most vicious battles. They explored and settled the most dangerous frontiers and let no challenge ever break their spirit or their pride. They were proud to be Americans. They love our country. They look down on us now. They love our people. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the mighty Rockies, tamed the Wild West, and turned this continent into industrial powerhouses like nobody has ever seen. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built the great highways, invented the airplane, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism. We're going to have to do that again. And led humanity into space. And we did it all in the span of just 250 years. Now we are expanding the glory of American freedom into into a horizon that's never been seen before. We've never reached so high as we're reaching right now. This is our heritage. This is our history. And this is the destiny of America, to be the greatest, most incredible country ever to grace the earth. We are one people, one nation, marching into one magnificent future under our great American flag that we love and respect so much. And tonight we prepare to enter our 250th year. We are more determined than ever to remember these phrases. You've heard them many times before. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, America. Thank you. Thank you very much.
full voice there, clearly looking forward to the celebrations which are going to be kicking off over the next few days, the next couple of weeks in fact, for the America 250 celebrations. Niall, what did you make of President Trump? He's very, you can see that he loves this kind of occasion. He's in his element, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. This is, very high energy Donald Trump, as we expect. I mean, this is somebody who, in contrast to Joe Biden, isn't half asleep. This is somebody who really cares about the future of the world superpower. And President Trump, of course, clearly relishes the significance of the 250th anniversary of the United States. Thank God for America. If we didn't have the United States today, of course, born out of the British Empire, but if the United States did not exist today, the world would be a truly dark place, I think. So we're very grateful that we can live in such a truly great free nation, built upon the foundations of liberty and freedom. And Donald Trump clearly understands this. The Democrats, on the other hand, I have to say, they don't understand this. They're filled with hatred even for their own country, for its history. Many Democrats have no respect, of course, for the Constitution and for the Founding Fathers. And it's refreshing that you have a president who is unapologetically, deeply patriotic, and believes that the United States is a great force for good in the world. And I'm grateful to have a president like this, actually, who believes in the greatness of America. And this is a truly unique, exceptional nation, the United States. And I think that if we are to preserve freedom, peace, security across the world for another 250 years, the United States has to lead.
Well, our viewers really enjoyed that. Sonia says, I bloomin' love Trump. I wonder if you're a northerner, Sonia. B-L-U-M-M-I-N-G, bloomin' love Trump. So do I, Sonia. Wits End said, it's good. He's so good to have all that building work going on at the White House. Bless him. It's a lovely gift to the nation. Whereas David said, I can't believe I liked this bloke once. How wrong I was, which is, I presume he's talking about President Trump. It was 20 minutes ago. Let me have a quick, what else I can read out here without getting into trouble. David points out that in 1812 British burnt Washington down. We had a good go, didn't we?
Well, it was a slight misunderstanding.
Yeah. You think they've forgiven us?
Oh, we're the best of friends today.
We used to be.
And let's not forget, and President Trump, he said this at the welcoming arrival ceremony for the King. We were both there, the White House. The President gave one of his best speeches, and he spoke really about the British roots of America's greatness. And it was a speech all about the immense debt the American people actually owe to British heritage. And that's great to hear from a US president, a really deeply moving speech that we both heard there at the White House.
William has got in touch. Good evening, William. He says, can we please borrow Trump once he's finished? And also he says, can we have ice as well? There's a lot I think we could learn, William, from this country. Let me go to my London panel and see what they made of that address from President Trump. Who do I go to first? Oh, Jonathan, why don't we have a little balance with you and your Trump derangement syndrome, telling us how much you hated it?
Just say, you've not had to sit in a studio listening to him droning on about how dreadful that speech was.
You have no idea what I've had to listen to from Christo. It's worth the... anyway, I won't get personal with Christo like he gets with me. I'm above it. Look, the fundamental point is, if one person has Trump derangement syndrome in this studio, it's not me. I am clear-eyed about Donald Trump, clear-eyed about the things he has said and done in this term and indeed the last term. And guess what, Bev? You were once clear-eyed about Trump as well. You used to hate him. You rejoiced when he was kicked out of power in 2021. I don't know what changed with you, but you were right the first time. You are wrong now. This is an opportunity for Donald Trump. This is an opportunity for Donald Trump to unify the country, an opportunity he has never once taken in all the years he's been in public life. Instead, what we have is a series of a party, what we would call a party political broadcast in this country, a deeply partisan, a deeply unbecoming speech, which is going to be hated by more than half of the population. Sure, it will appeal to people who already like Trump, but there are people, I know that people on this channel might not like to acknowledge it, there are a lot of people in the United States who hate Trump and have good reason for doing so. Where were their views represented in the 250th celebrations of this country? Where are their views being represented?
But he's not there. Yeah, but he's not there. He's not there to represent.
Why not? He's the president of the United States, not the president of the Republican Party.
Embittered people.
So weak
he's not there to represent weak and bitter people who are suffering from the politics of envy. He's there to inspire the country and say, look how great we are, look how great we can be, look how brilliant this country is. Can you imagine? We sat here and listened to that, and one of the first things Niall said is, can you imagine Starmer giving a speech like this? The challenge is Andy Burnham's got to do that kind of delivery as well at some point. We need to be galvanised as a nation.
That's not how you galvanise British people. British people don't fall for this claptrap.
Go on, Christo. Let's have a look at what you've got to say. You've got a very confused look on your face.
Well, I've just got. I'm exhausted. Sat next to this for the last few hours. I have to say.
I feel.
Because you know, what a moronic point you just made, Jonathan, and there has been a list of them to choose from this evening. Like the fact that so you think he should have got up there? Like, imagine we'd done that here in the UK. So hang on, I haven't finished yet, so you can't interrupt me like you do everyone else. I imagine that you would expect him to go up there and give a speech to all the people that dislike him. Imagine King Charles doing that, a big patriotic event, and King Charles saying, right,
hang on,
King
Charles is our politician.
I haven't finished. Well, yes, but he's a head of state, which is what Donald Trump is, and give a speech saying, to all the people who don't like the royal family, I'd like to address you. Of course you wouldn't do that at a massive state event, and that is what that is. Now, actually, sometimes, you know, I was glazing over a little bit with what Trump was saying there, but what I said to you off air, and I'll say it again on air, is that I wish sometimes, just now and then, I know we have irony here in the UK, and I know we're a little bit reserved, but I wish we just sometimes had a little sprinkling of the patriotism that they have in the States. Just a bit of it, just a bit of the... Are you actually capable of not talking over someone? I mean, is it within your DNA or not? Great, thank you.
It's be interesting, come on.
Well, thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it just would be nice if we just had a tiny little bit of that patriotism here in the UK, because we just never do. And if we did have an event like that, someone would be saying that it was either racist or we should be going
it's so stupid.
Again,
it would just be, can you imagine,
Ben? You nearly did it, Jonathan.
Someone coming up. Can you imagine someone coming up and giving a song about how great it is to be British? They would be laughed off the stage because it's a cringe fest. It's embarrassing. We have something in this country called reserve and embarrassment and self-respect. And if you were to come onto a stage,
now and then.
Yeah, but that reserve has morphed into a sort of embarrassment and shame and a self-effacing, a self-deprecating, self-hatred is what it's become in the UK. We were talking, and you know what, it's appropriate while we're talking about this, but I went to a little place called Annapolis, just about 40 minutes from DC at the weekend, and was looking around some of the properties there. It's steeped in history in that particular part of the world and of the country, and I was walking around at one of these houses owned by kind of one of these kind of real kind of campaigners in the area of colonialism in kind of middle of the 18th century. And when you realise what we did as a country, it is absolutely mind-blowing. And you'll get this, Niall. I don't know who we thought we were when we went around the world and basically took it all as our own and owned it. And yes, we took education and sanitation and civilization into lots of places around the world. But you, Jonathan, the likes of you, want this country to be ashamed of what we did. We would be nowhere now if it wasn't for our colonial history.
I do want us to be ashamed of it.
You think we should just be apologising and just being self-deprecating and just self-effacing? Go on, Niall.
Yes, I think brilliant comments there by Bev. And
thank you.
You know, Jonathan, you should be proud of Britain's imperial past and history. The British Empire was a great, tremendous force for good, and the world is a far better place because of the legacy of the British Empire. The United States is part of this tremendous legacy. And, you know, I don't understand the self-loathing that you know, lefties like yourself, Jonathan, have, because Britain's achievements are absolutely magnificent. And the British Empire really was a tremendous force for civilization across the world, which is why today we have you know, the Commonwealth of Nations that is born out of the British Empire, and you know, nearly every single former British colony has wanted to be part of that, actually, which is a testament, I think, to the tremendous strength of the British Empire and its legacy. We should all be proud of the empire and what it achieved, and it was a great civilizing force. It was also a force that stood up to immense evil in the shape of slavery, and in the shape of Nazi Germany, and you know, we should just have immense gratitude, I think, for what our forefathers achieved on the world stage. And the United States, today the world superpower, the leading force of freedom in the world, was the creation, of the British Empire. So is Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and countries across the world. This is the legacy that we have today. We should all be proud of this tremendous legacy, because the world is a far, far better place because of the achievements of our ancestors, the achievements of the British people going back many centuries.
Do you think, Jonathan, that we should be ashamed of our past?
Bev, what I've always said to you about this is that we should be, as a patriot, and I don't care what people like Niall think about me, but I am patriotic, and what I understand by that is that I love the country that we actually live in, and I am prepared to accept the things that we did in the past, things that were ugly and disgusting and wrong. I'm not a liar. I don't say that everything we did was right. I don't seek to justify the crimes that we committed. I say that what happened in the past has led to what we are now, for good or for ill, and we have to be open and honest about that in order to move forward in a truthful way, and that we can build on things in the same way that we say to children and we say to our friends, look, let's be honest about the things you've got wrong here and learn from your mistakes. We don't say, don't worry, you did everything right. We don't tell lies like that to our children or our friends. We don't tell our friends, at least if they're good friends, who say, oh, don't worry, you did everything right there if they did things wrong. And what I say is that I don't see to gloss over what we did in the past. And what Niall says is simply factually incorrect. People in the Commonwealth didn't join the Commonwealth, well, I'm about to tell you, Niall, people didn't join the Commonwealth because they thought that the empire was so great. And guess how we know that? It's because they broke away from the empire to become independent, Niall. That's why they preferred to be independent and self-governing than run by the British. And it's not called the British Commonwealth, it's called the Commonwealth. It's a union of people, of independent nations. Yes, they are tied together by ties of kinship and history, language, common cultures. No one's denying that. And no one is saying that they should ignore their history. We have to. I've studied empire for many years. What you do with empire is that you accept that things have happened. You can't just simply reverse the past. That's why, I sometimes think that when people are trying to completely reverse, sort of just to reverse the historical names, for example, there is an ahistoricism in that, because you have to acknowledge what happened before, for good or ill, in order to move forward. So you can't just pretend that the past didn't happen. That's not how history works. But to say that we have nothing to apologise for, or the empire was this series of brilliant civilised innovations, it's so profoundly offensive to people who had civilization far before we came to those countries.
offensive to
that
you,
say
Jonathan.
that India
Offensive to you,
and
but
Africa and the Pacific Islanders didn't have culture before we came there. It's just so monumentally racist. I don't know where to begin.
Actually. Monumentally racist? Are you for real?
I said what I said. Yes, I am for real, and unfortunately you are too.
Completely clownish. Your knowledge actually of the British Empire is practically zero, I'm sure.
I think I have more knowledge of it than you. I literally studied it for a degree,
Jonathan,
mate.
We've heard you speak for a long time. Hang on, Jonathan.
Jonathan, I mean, you say people are offended because the vast majority of the British people are proud of their past and their history and the British Empire. I mean, what country are you living in, actually?
It's not the same one as you, thankfully. Because I can guarantee you that British schools are absolutely not teaching children in the UK to be proud of the things that we did in the past and to be impressed by who we were.
Why do we need to be proud of things we did in the past?
We aren't teaching them that in terms of our culture at all.
But there are things that we did that were good, there are things we did that were bad. Why can't we acknowledge that?
I've even learnt more since I left the UK.
Yeah, but we're not acknowledging the good. We're just not acknowledging the good in history lessons. I promise you, the way that this is depicted.
There is nothing racist about being proud of your country.
I never said there was anything racist. Why don't you challenge me on the arguments I actually make, Niall, rather than inventing new ones?
You said monumentally racist just now.
Yeah, I said you were in your argument.
Your words with arguments, right? Okay. Yeah.
I didn't say that we can't be proud of Britain. I didn't say that we can't be proud of Britain.
That's a serious accusation to make, Jonathan.
Yeah, it is.
Come in, Hillary. Hang on, gentlemen. Come in, Hillary.
No, even back when I was a girl growing up in England, I have learnt more about the greatness of the British Empire, the greatness of all that we ever achieved, and everything with regard to the Empire and the Commonwealth since I've left the UK, because I wasn't actually taught it in school. And actually, when I went to school, we didn't even actually study Shakespeare. When I came to America, they were horrified in my high school, and I actually had to read Julius Caesar at home on my own to catch up with the children here and what they were doing in terms of the classics, the British classics that I had never even read in school in England. And that was so. This is not something that's new. This is something that's gone on for a while now. And actually, with regard to the empire, if you look at all nations across the world, where is the greatest prosperity? It is nations where we took civilization, and they had back before any other nations. We were the first ones to build railroads. We were the first ones to bring civilizations to so many parts of the world, and that's why they became superior to their actual neighbours. And those countries then have self-elected, Jonathan, to be part of the Commonwealth.
Hillary,
they don't have to be members of the Commonwealth.
Can I ask you a question? Did India have a civilization before it became part of the British Empire? Were you saying that were the Indians savages, or did they have a civilization?
They did not, Jonathan, have the infrastructure we did. Absolutely
That's not what I asked
not.
you. You said it was a civilizing mission. Did the Indians have a
right.
civilization, or didn't they? You said it was a civilizing mission. So did they have civilization?
Define civilization.
Well, Hillary was the one who said Britain came to civilise the world.
You said, no,
and that implies that they didn't have civilization before.
I didn't say they didn't have civilization. We brought them into the modern world with the infrastructure that we actually built, and they have become more successful. The nations that we actually had as part of the empire are more successful across the globe.
But actually, sorry. Can I just say the dictionary definition of civilizing is to bring them a more advanced, organised, and culturally developed state. It can describe educational growth, improved manners, or in historical context, colonial expansion. Isn't that exactly what she was just saying?
It's gravely offensive to people to say that Britain was on a civilising mission. What Britain brought was violence and killing on a mass scale, and of course slavery as well.
That's
what Britain brought to those countries.
Ask
Indian people, they don't think Britain civilised them in the slightest.
But there we go.
Jonathan, you lie over and over again. That is an absolute lie about what the British did in India, actually.
And Jonathan actually supporting burning women.
Incredibly ignorant and, dare I say it, downright stupid.
I'm concerned about Christo.
Niall, if there's one stupid person,
I nearly got the final word.
You're really ignorant, Jonathan.
Let Christo speak.
Let's give it a go again, Jonathan. I'm going to try and have the final word, and we're going to see how well you do. OK, I actually do believe that we should try and teach a rounded and balanced history. I think what we have here in the UK at the moment, though, the biggest problem is that we don't get that. We can't have anything that is patriotic without it trying to be brought down. Look at what we've seen this week with the football flags. People, like literally council saying you've got to take down England flags because it might make people feel unsafe. Safe, that word again. Well, sorry. Like, look, we always talk about the bad stuff, but whenever anyone tries to do the good stuff, we can't have that either. And that, I think, is the crux of the problem. Well done, Jonathan. I got through the end of a sentence.
Don't patronise me, Christo, please.
Oh, it's one of my favourite things to do, though. It's one of my favourite things. And it's so easy.
Let me bring you... Do you remember when you were at school and your teacher would make you sit there with your fingers on your lips when you weren't allowed to talk? Sometimes I think I might introduce that to Jonathan Liss. Right, let's just bring you... I've got to bring you some breaking news. This is terrible breaking news, actually, that's just broken while President Trump was making his address. We're hearing that buildings have collapsed in Venezuela's capital, Caracas, after very powerful back-to-back earthquakes have hit the South American country. Oh my word, look at those pictures. Reports there could be a number of high casualties and extensive damage. The US Geological Survey has said that the first earthquake had a magnitude of 7.1, with an even larger tremor of 7.5 hitting just minutes later. So there we go, rocking earthquakes have rocked Venezuela. We're hearing 2 earthquakes have hit the country. I don't know whether Venezuela is susceptible to earthquakes. Do we know? Any geological experts here?
It must be on a fault line with the tectonic plates. I wasn't aware of this, but of course the tectonic plates that run through California, perhaps they run down through South America, there in Venezuela. Well, they have to be, obviously it has to be the movement of tectonic plates because that's actually what causes earthquakes. So what were they? 7.5 on the Richter scale, I assume that is 7.2, 7.5. Ghastly, and I don't know if we have any reports yet of how many. Maybe, hopefully, not many people have died, but that looks like that's apartment buildings that we're looking at here, residential properties where they look like, certainly with being high rises, there could have been many families.
Now, there was also an earthquake today in California. Did you see this?
So this must be the tectonic plate that runs down.
As you just mentioned there. That was a magnitude of 5.6. It was through Redwood Valley and Willitus, I think it's described as, in Mendocino country. That was at 8 o'clock this morning, Pacific time. There were some injuries reported, no deaths though, and then there were dozens of aftershocks as well.
No doubt, obviously, Democrats will say this is President Trump's fault.
Probably. Let me see if I can bring you a few more details on this. The USGS, I don't know what that is.
United States Geological Survey.
Thank you. Says that high casualties and extensive damage are probable, with a 44% chance of more than 10,000 fatalities and a 30% chance of more than 100,000 deaths following that second main shock earthquake. So if you are just tuning in, that is extraordinary. 2 enormous earthquakes this evening, just while President Trump was speaking there on stage. First earthquake had a magnitude of 7.1, then a second tremor of 7.5 on the Richter scale, and the experts are saying that there are high casualties, extensive damage, with a probable chance of 44% likelihood of more than 10,000 fatalities and a 30% chance of more than 100,000 deaths following that second main shock quake. We will bring you any more information on this as we get it. Right, moving on. We'll go back to the news agenda that we were due to cover tonight. It feels a little trite compared to what we've just heard, but it's about the situation in Australia, actually, because we understand that new research is proving that 8 in 10 young Australians could still access social media in the months following a ban on access for under 16s. So, of course, this is a huge issue in the UK because the British government is about to ban social media for under 16s in the UK. Now, this study in Australia has been conducted by the University of Newcastle, and it said that initial findings from the world's first ban showed insufficient evidence of any substantive early effects. Well, surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen. The sweeping social media ban in Australia has often been cited as a template for a number of countries that are seeking to emulate this policy, including France and, of course, as we say, now the UK. Though Technology Secretary Liz Kendall has acknowledged, she says, that the ban will not be a complete silver bullet, but she argues the government's proposals provide clarity for parents and children. And she said that the UK's use of highly effective age verification measures would make the ban much stronger than the Australian system. What a surprise. Delighted to say I'm joined now by the technology and free speech lawyer Preston Byrne, who I have been wanting to talk to for about 10 days, Preston, but you've been unobtainable. You've been out of the country, hopefully getting some much needed rest, because you are one of the most hard-working men in this area, and boy, do we need your perspective right now. So what a surprise, Preston, that the Australian system isn't making any difference to the mental health of children. We've been waiting for this. What does it tell you?
I mean, it tells me that a VPN ban is just really bad policy. I was thinking about this after your producer sent me a list of questions and, your monologue on this story earlier today. And I recalled that, I actually have lived under a social media and internet ban, specifically because I was at boarding school at the age of 11. And back then, we would just go into our internet settings, enter a proxy server, and then just proxy around, the block. And what has been proposed in the UK and Australia, to the extent that they're not prepared to really implement draconian North Korea-style controls, it's going to be much easier, right? Because they're not doing comprehensive IP address blocking of U.S. domains, because if they did that, they would cut off the country from the internet itself effectively. So it's really not good policy. It's very easy to circumvent. The science behind the mental health arguments that we've seen from people like Jonathan Haidt just isn't there. And when you look at the negative consequences, in particular for law enforcement, of having people, mass adoption of VPNs and thus, mass shielding of the actual IP addresses of users as they get to these sites, it strikes me that this policy is likely to do more damage than good to both children and to society at large.
How, though? You mean because kids will just go and find the dark, well, not the dark web, but they will go onto the internet anyway? Just explain to people who may not know, Preston, what is a VPN?
Sure. So when you connect to the internet, there's a thing called an IP address. And an IP address is basically your identifier. It points to the server that you're using to connect to the internet, and it's how you identify yourself to the rest of the world. A VPN, what it does is it connects to a different IP address. So it adds a little hop between you and your eventual destination. So if your address, at home is ABCDE, and you decide, well, I'm actually going to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what happens is the server that you're connecting to sees the intermediate IP address, and they don't see your actual IP address. The consequence of that is if, for example, you were in, a missing child situation, and they were accessing the internet with a mobile phone that was spoofing their IP by going through some intermediary service, which is very trivially easy to do. What happens is law enforcement, they lose it, right? Because there's a break in the chain between where the end user is and then where the service is. And all they're doing is they're seeing that intermediate IP address. And that's usually where law enforcement investigations start, is by asking social media companies for data, right, on the interactions that users have had with the service. So these bans, when they're circumvented, will result in people engaging in that kind of circumvention activity, which means that law enforcement will get garbage data.
Why would we need a VPN ever? Why does anybody ever need to use something like that? Should we be able to just go around the internet free from surveillance? Because surely the law enforcement need, do they, to be able to see what some people are doing online?
I think so. I mean, I think that's certainly the case. When you use a VPN, you use it, for example, if you're remote logging into work and you're at an airport and you don't want someone snooping on your internet traffic because you don't trust the router. That's a good reason to use a VPN. If you don't want bad actors or cyber criminals to be seeing your traffic or understanding where you're accessing a website from in the event that they're seeing your traffic, that's a good reason. So there are plenty of good reasons to use a VPN. But just generally speaking, there aren't a whole lot of reasons that an 11-year-old would need to be using a VPN. For example. And so, but by implementing these policies, they're going to push millions of young people into these particular modes of accessing the internet Certainly I think you can say, yeah, an 11-year-old has privacy rights. I think maybe not as many privacy rights as an adult. But generally speaking, there's not like a good business reason that an 11-year-old is going to need a VPN. But by doing this policy, the way that they've done it in Australia, what you've done is you've actually made it difficult for law enforcement to get to those records and figure out what's going on in the event of some type of public safety emergency or threat to life or threat of danger, but serious bodily injury.
And just lastly then, do you think you can see a picture in the UK whereby kids are just routinely then uploading VPNs so that they can operate on these websites without having to age verify? They'll still have to do that, won't they?
When you could use a VPN, you could use a US proxy server. There are 100 different ways. I mean, we used proxy servers back when I was a kid. So there are 100 different ways that you can circumvent an IP address block that's implemented by a provider. And so, unless the UK is really prepared to do all of that at ISP level extremely aggressively in a manner that's not permitted by existing law, or which they don't have infrastructure to carry out, I think the likely result is that you're going to get a lot more VPN use, a lot more circumvention, and basically these kids will be pretending to be Americans as they go and go and access the global web. And as a consequence, if British law enforcement wants to get data on that, they'll have to go to the US to go get it.
I see. Oh, Preston, we could go on for hours, and maybe we should do that online for GB News Originals in more depth, because it is a very tricky topic for a lot of people to get our heads around. But thank you so much, technology and free speech lawyer Preston Byrne, a hero, actually, frankly, in my eyes. Let's return to that breaking news I brought you just moments ago. Buildings have collapsed in Venezuela's capital, Caracas, after powerful back-to-back earthquakes hit the South American country. The American Geological Survey has said that the first earthquake had a magnitude of 7.1 with an even larger tremor of 7.5 hitting minutes later. They have said that high casualties and extensive damage are probable, with a 44% chance of more than 10,000 fatalities and a 30% chance of more than 100,000 following the second main shock quake. We've got some new footage which is just reaching us now. Here it is. Yeah. So that footage, if you're listening on the radio, I think it's obviously an airport. We believe it looks like it's been taken from Twitter, from X, from social media coverage. Somebody would have, I guess, presumably just been filming maybe a goodbye or a hello to somebody at the airport, and then they've caught this extraordinary images here. It looked like there was a huge window appeared to be blown out there, a big sort of glass wall that's smashed. There are children.
There is an explosion there because you can see all the, obviously, the smoke.
I don't know whether we can see that again. Let's try and bring you that again. Obviously, we're seeing that for the first time. We're just going to try and bring that back. There, obviously at the airport, it's like there's families, there's people just waiting to get on planes. We're just piecing this together. This has all happened in the last hour or so. Let's just have a look at this footage again. So people start to run. I presume in these situations you run away from the windows. That's what's happening. There's a big, it appears that's all dust sort of coming from the ceiling.
And then you can see things flash. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, we're looking, people are hurrying away.
Grabbing their children in their arms to try and run, and then you see intense smoke.
So I think, is it smoke? So something has perhaps exploded. I'm not sure if that's debris of dust. I think it could this is Simon Bolivia International Airport. Apparently that is in Mequita in Venezuela. Terrible pictures. We will, of course, be bringing you the latest on this from breakfast in 3 hours' time. But just to remind you, a possibility of more than 100,000 people may have lost their lives in this earthquake this evening, in these two consecutive earthquakes there in Venezuela. That is a very chilling end to our show. I'd like to thank my panel for tonight. Hilary Fordwich, Niall Gardner, Christo Fufas and Jonathan Liss in London. Thank you all for joining us as well this evening. Thanks for all your messages. Do sleep well. Be grateful in the UK that we don't live in a place where we routinely have earthquakes. It makes you very grateful, doesn't it? Right, have a great evening, and I will see you all very soon.
Five hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
the People's Channel?
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin,
Well, I want to answer that because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
the broken promises,
To deny that is denying the truth.
and the hypocrisy.
Allow.
Stop. One at a
You,
time,
you
one at a
think
time,
you
one at a
we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The news audience is different, it's unique because they see through the nonsense.
We want to debate with each other. We want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat. That's what we do. We try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea. They'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you. What is news for you?
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area?
The audience are the best thing about GB News.
Their friends, their family.
They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel. They're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
It's 9 p.m. I'm Patrick Christie's. Tonight.
Been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
Well, new information today. Police took 8 minutes to find Henry Novak's stab wounds, and I have the full transcript of the footage that the police never wanted you to see. In other news... An Algerian national is jailed for 2 years after piloting an overcrowded small boat carrying 67 people across the Channel. 2 years. Is that really a deterrent? And...
Man City game. I couldn't watch Man City game. Come on. What's happening?
How are you enjoying this hot weather?
Too hot.
Record temperatures, solar panels melt, Wimbledon cancelled, schools have closed, but... Some plucky Brits stormed a French beach and reclaimed it for Britain because of the hot weather. Amazing. Also tonight...
Cheering so loudly while their 400 knives stuck in his back. Shame on them. Shame on them.
Kemi Badenoch had a massive row with Labour's Education Secretary today, and apparently they had afters in a corridor later. Good. Plus...
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Disgraceful. Reeves and Starmer are coming for your savings, and there will now be rape gang inquiries in Oldham, Bradford and London. On my panel tonight, we've got former Conservative Special Advisor James Price, Reform UK Councillor Jamie McIver and journalist and broadcaster Nina Mishkov. And can you spot the difference here?
Many, many, many generations.
My first allegiance is and always will be the sovereign people of Scotland.
And there is a mystery involving a giraffe in Texas. Hopefully we can solve that later. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Brits stormed a French beach today. Next.
Good evening, it's 2 minutes past 9. I'm UK's hottest June day on record, with a new high of 36.1 degrees Celsius recorded in Gosport, Hampshire. A red weather warning for extreme heat is in place for parts of the country, with the Met Office advising the elderly and vulnerable to stay indoors and the public to reconsider lengthy travel plans. Humid conditions are also expected to persist well after sunset, bringing the prospect of tropical nights to parts of the UK where temperatures will remain above 20 degrees Celsius. Today's temperature breaks the previous record set in the summer of 1976. Elsewhere, more than 500 mothers and babies suffered potentially avoidable harm or died due to deeply embedded systemic failures at the Nottingham University Hospital's NHS Trust. A review led by senior midwife Donna Ockenden has concluded. The inquiry found leaders at the Trust knew there were serious issues in its maternity department going back years, but failed to take action to prevent more deaths. 520 mothers and babies suffered potentially avoidable harm or death, including 94 babies who were stillborn. Chairman of the Trust, Nick Carver, has apologised unreservedly to the women and families affected, saying the Trust will work on a meaningful apology and further improvement plans. In other news, Sir Keir Starmer has defended his record as Labour leader in his first Prime Minister's questions since announcing his resignation. Downing Street has also indicated today that Sir Keir Starmer intends to stay on as a backbench MP for the rest of this Parliament, despite standing down as leader. At Prime Minister's questions today, Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch challenged the Prime Minister to say whether he felt betrayed and let down by his own party, as well as asking about the long-awaited defence investment plan.
2 years ago, I walked into Number 10 and found a broken economy, broken public services and broken trust in politics. Because of our decisions, my decision, the country is moving in the right direction, a stronger and a fairer Britain, ending austerity, investing in our public services, the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, more rights for workers, more rights for renters, standing with Ukraine, Britain's reputation restored and 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty. Change promised by a Labour government, fought for by a Labour government.
And hopeful Scotland fans are gearing up for the team's final World Cup group stage match against Brazil later this evening. The Tartan Army take on five-time winners Brazil in Miami. If the team win or draw, they will all but secure their place in the knockout stages of the tournament for the first time ever. GB News national reporter Sophie Reaper spoke to some excited supporters in Glasgow.
10th birthday today. I think I can guess your birthday wish, but just tell me.
For Scotland to win the World Cup.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Nervous and excited because Brazil is a really good team. They've got some good superstars in their team. They're 5 times World Cup champions. They could, if they beat us today and they go through, they could do it again.
Oh, it'd be so good. It'd be so proud of them all because it'd be like the first time in years.
Those are your latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Patrick.
Take the GB News family with you on any device. As long as you have an internet connection, tune into GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond.
Right, it's a bit hot, isn't it? Several national newspapers ran with the heat wave on their front pages today. Online news sites have been leading with it all day. So we've smashed the record for heat in June, apparently. Temperatures soared to 36.1 degrees Celsius in Gosport in Hampshire, surpassing the previous record of 35.6 degrees Celsius, which was set in 1976. So it marks the highest reading since records began in 1884. Now, I get it. Can be a bit uncomfortable, and I do feel very sorry for the people who were involved in that horrible car crash on the M25 today. People had to sit on the tarmac for 6 hours in this heat as well. Absolutely terrible stuff. But the heat wave divides opinion, doesn't it, really? Some people will say this is all about climate change, it's terrible, we're going to boil in our own sweat. Other people really, really like the heat. And there were some quite interesting moments that happened today. I'd go as far as to say comical, actually. Not a great day for the Net Zero Brigade. Britain's solar panels have overheated. It's too sunny for solar panels. What does this mean? Oh, well, it means that we're going to have to use more gas-powered stations. So, fantastic, great stuff. A conference, this is great, by the way, a conference on how to adapt for climate change was cancelled because of the climate. Yep, the event at the London School of Economics was scrapped because the building does not have adequate cooling mechanisms. Apparently, they host events like this every year to come up with innovative ways to deal with climate change, but clearly they didn't think to adapt themselves by introducing air conditioning. But never fear, London Climate Week was able to continue today. But lucky, though, for the King, our very own master of the household. He followed him around the room with a personal fan. So there you go. He did manage to attend London Climate Week, and that's a relief, isn't it? The Zurich Climate Resilience Alliance said we cannot risk the well-being of speakers or guests by subjecting everyone to very unpleasant indoor conditions, in addition to hot journeys to the venue. So the event was actually due to be attended by guests and speakers from all over the world who were presumably going to fly in, which is par for the course for these eco-zealots. These climate conferences, they don't have much luck, do they? Do you remember COP30 in Brazil? That's the one where Ed Miliband flew an advisor out there and back to go and scope out a luxury hotel, which apparently wasn't good enough for him. Yeah, part of that burnt down. That wasn't heat-related, though. That was just their own incompetence. Sadiq Khan has called for a maximum temperature for schools. Schools did shut across the country today. It turns out that the Department for Education, you'll love this, prioritises natural and passive cooling methods over mechanical air conditioning to stay aligned with net zero carbon reduction pathways. So, in a way, it's Sadiq Khan's beloved net zero that's causing kids to miss school. New properties are effectively banned from installing air conditioning because of planning regulations and net zero objectives. My favourite heatwave story is this, though. Fed-up British locals stormed a beach in Britain that is owned by the French. Yes, they reclaimed that beach for Britain. It's West Beach in Newhaven, East Sussex. It's actually owned by a French government department. One local said, "We used to go down there when I was a kid. That beach used to be packed with children. They don't realise what a beautiful thing they've got here. Now I'm stuck at home sweating. Those French bastards. Not my words, the words of an angry local. Well done to the people of Newhaven. It just brings a tear to the eye, doesn't it? Also, they cancelled Wimbledon qualifying because the automated line calling system overheated, which is quite funny because they replaced human line judges with it last year. So they did away with human line judges who could have just drunk a lot of water and stayed cool, and they replaced it with a system that cannot function in the heat. Look, I'm not trying to diminish how uncomfortable it will have been for some people today. Some of you will have really struggled with the heat, absolutely. I'm just trying to show how unprepared Britain is for all kinds of weather. It's not just the heat, is it? Whether it's cancelling trains because there are too many leaves on the track in autumn, or everything grinding to a halt when there's half an inch of snow, to Ed Miliband's solar panels melting in the heat. Nothing ever really works, does it? Let's get thoughts of my panel: former Conservative Special Advisor James Price, Reform UK Councillor Jamie McIver, and journalist and broadcaster Nina Mishkov. Thank you very much for all making it into the office today, given the extreme heat wave that we've had. Yeah, James, what do you make of some of the reporting on the heat wave and how it's been?
I think it's been absolutely lovely. I'm one of those people like a salamander. I'd sit out there in the heat and soak it all in if I possibly could. I think, look, whether or not going into the arguments about climate change and what's causing all of this and all the rest of it, it's in some way neither here nor there. If the world is getting hotter, the thing to do about it is to adapt to it, to have new technologies that will come along to make things better. We've had that for a long time with air conditioning, for example, and the cost of adapting to some of this stuff is a lot lower than changing the way that everybody lives and banning people from being able to go on holidays and all that kind of stuff. That obviously will never work. We saw a little bit of this in COVID, where the world shuts down, you can't go anywhere, can't do anything, and it didn't have a massive impact on carbon emissions. So the way to get around any of this stuff is cool, literally, new technological advances. It was Lee Kuan Yew, the kind of visionary founder and leader of Singapore, who said the number one thing that made Singapore the massive success that it is, it's not even the common law, it's not the great port they've got, any of that, it was air conditioning. You have air conditioning, you can be productive, and think of all the cool new technologies, again, literally, that you could come up with now that would help make the world a better place. The solar panels, by the way, I think could be a part of that. I suspect when they blow up, it's probably the fact that our grid is rubbish and needs investment and other bits of that as well, because they don't seem to blow up when you've got them in Dubai or somewhere like that, where they run perfectly well.
Yeah, I mean, on that, yeah, the solar panels have kind of melted a bit today, and it turns out that we've got asbestos in our wind turbines, so that's not particularly great, is it? But, yeah, when it comes to, like, schools closing, and that has a knock-on effect for parents, it will have a knock-on effect for productivity and for work and all of that kind of thing. I can remember when it was really, really, really hot at school. OK, it might not have been 36.1 degrees Celsius in June because it's a record, but it would have been there or thereabouts on the odd day in school. We just had classes outside. Like, you'd sit under a tree or you'd sit in the shade.
This is the thing. I actually had a conversation with someone at the council today who was literally like, yeah, we've all got to go home because, you know, it's not safe to work. And you think, hang on a minute. You know, this is ridiculous. Now, I actually think weather like this today, obviously, you want to make sure the kids have got sun cream, they're drinking water. Yes, that should be happening. But actually, it's a day for children to go and make some memories, to go and be outside, to chill out on the science today and, you know, let everyone just have a bit of a fun day, you know, especially as you're coming towards the end of term. But what I think is really embarrassing, Patrick, is we've got to a stage now where it's almost like you've got to feel guilty if you don't go and remind your neighbour on a hot day, you know, just to check if they're OK, if they're elderly. Didn't Britain used to do that anyway? Didn't we look out for one another anyway? Why does it take extreme weather? But on the point of solar farms, if we are going to continue to stick on the green belt, Chinese-manufactured eco-deserts that blow up in the sun, just like we've got wind turbines that don't work when it's too windy, I think actually it's proving this whole net zero thing is just so stupid. And what would we do if we weren't able to actually produce electricity to have air conditioning in places like our hospitals today? So I think it proves actually these It's been a bad day for the Green people, hasn't it? Let's be honest.
Would you agree with that, Nina, that it's been a bad day for the Greens?
No, I don't think it's been a bad day for the Greens, but we do need more resilience as people. I mean, what on earth are we complain about everything. It's too hot, it's too cold, it's too windy, it's too dark, it's too light, too many leaves, all of that sort of stuff. But, we do need to move towards a world where we are less reliant on fossil fuels. I'm not saying do it now, I'm not an Ed Miliband zealot. I don't think it like that at all. But we do need to move towards that, because if you look around the world at the climate catastrophes that have happened in the last few years, and they are increasing. I mean, Pakistan a few years ago, 75% of it was under flooding, for heaven's sake. 33 million people were displaced. That kind of extreme thing didn't used to happen. Spain a couple of years ago, there was terrible flooding near Valencia. There are lots and lots of examples, but I mean, the year that they quote is 1976.
Yeah.
Well, I was around then. I remember that, and I got sunburned in Scotland. I mean, that's how hot it was.
Oh my God.
I lived in St Andrews,
Yeah.
just overlooking the beach. I went down to the beach, spent the day on the beach reading Joan Collins, nobody will remember her, but reading her memoirs, which were so racy that I forgot to turn over, as it were. Yep. And I got completely burned, and there's no such, there's very little products in those days. I had to put yoghurt on my legs.
You must be the only person in the world that has been sunburned in Scotland.
Yeah, exactly.
That's for sure.
I do think we need to dwell on this a little bit, right? So I didn't realise this until I read about it today. So there is a beach in New Haven which is essentially owned by the French government. So I've been trying to dig into the specifics of this. So it's a man-made beach. But it's been around for quite a while, and for some reason it is owned. I think it's next to some kind of energy centre or something like that, and the French own that. So then they also own the beach next to it, but they didn't always own the beach. But they've acquired it, and it's owned by the French Ministry for like maritime, etc. And they fenced it off. They told the locals that they couldn't go on it. So the locals today just went like, actually, screw you, right? I am reclaiming this beach for Britain. I just think it's absolutely fantastic. Well done to those plucky Brits.
How painful would it be, of course? You go, right, lads, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go to that beach we used to have when we were growing up, and it would have been wonderful and all the rest of it. So they get up really early, and they use the wire cutters to cut down the fencing that the French have used to block it off, and they'll get there onto that beach, only to find the Germans have got there first and put their towels down.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, the thing for me with this is that, and look, I'm absolutely not, diminishing. There will have been people who would have been really uncomfortable today, and elderly people and all of that. And I don't want to seem too insensitive, but speaking more generally here, we do cancel trains because of leaves on the track during autumn. Autumn happens every year. The leaves fall off the trees. In this country, it's like half an inch of snow, if that, a couple of centimetres of snow, and things grind to a halt. The Norwegians seem to manage, don't they? The Canadians seem to manage. And again, it's like, for me, I kind of take this with a bit of a pinch of salt, and I wonder whether or not it's helpful to people who have got a bit of an agenda, like Sadiq Khan, to start talking about, quotes, biblical weather events. Today was not a biblical weather event, was it? I mean, the Bible would have been much less of a page-turner if it was like, and it was a real struggle when it got to 36.1 degrees in Bethlehem.
The heat wave has been in the south of England, but there are Scots who have been at 33 degrees today, and they are the Scots who are in Miami for the football match. And I don't hear on the television reports any of them complaining about the heat.
Yes.
They're having a good time. They're getting completely smashed.
Well, in more ways than one if they are Scottish football fans, but yeah.
But I think the issue here is the broader point that the country's totally broken. Our infrastructure can't cope in the cold, it can't cope in the wind, it can't cope in the autumn, it can't cope in the sun. We've always been a country that has seasoned weather. I know people are trying to say things are getting worse. Obviously, isn't it funny that the Green Party deputy leader was actually going on about how, this is proving, the world is going to blow up soon if we don't all, have wind turbines on our roofs. The truth of the matter is the country's broken. Our infrastructure is so old. We are the country that showed the world how to do infrastructure. They've all moved on. Our country hasn't. But the British taxpayer has been funding foreign infrastructure.
I also just don't like the reactive nature on this. Just finally on this, because of today, now there is serious talk about the government actually introducing a policy about maximum temperatures in classrooms and at work. And some people might think that's a good idea. OK, but we can't just lurch from one thing to the other. So it's hot today. OK, so then in winter, when it's like, I don't know, we might have, let's say we have a day where it's like, oh my gosh, it's like -10 in London. Because let's be honest, they don't really care about the weather in London, right? Everywhere else in the UK or in Europe, they have various different types of weather. But if it's too hot in London, we need to introduce a new law to do something about this.
Right, so that's exactly it. The kind of reactive nature that Keir Starmer will turn on for a bit longer. Keir Starmer will turn on the telly, see the weather and go, it's hot today, what's my government going to go and do about it?
Yeah.
Rather than looking at the underlying structural issues. If we had plentiful energy and a mix of it all, you can have solar, as long as it's not taking up good farming land, I agree with you there, and you can have wind if you want, you can have nuclear, we should have loads of nuclear, all these different things in there. And if you get loads and loads of energy, it's amazing the kind of things you could do, where you could get all of our infrastructure built much better, much more cheaply.
You know what they should criminalise, though?
advanced.
Seriously, because they should criminalise people who don't wear deodorant on public transport. If you're going to do something, Keir Starmer, do that. That would be a way around it. Forget the old, you know, maximum temperatures in classrooms. If you get on to the London Underground or any public transport, you know, the glass perspex things, and you've got your wife beater top on, or whatever they call it, and you lay your arm on the thing like a bat wing across it, and you're just stinking out the whole cup. No. Ban that. Illegal. Anyway, time now for the Great British Giveaway. It's loads of deodorant. No, it's not. It's actually just loads of cash. Here's how you can be in it to win it.
There's just 2 days remaining of our big summer giveaway. Someone has to win our stunning cash prize, £76,543.21. And that person really could be you. Imagine all of the fun you could have this year with that. You could treat the family, treat your friends, make it a super summer for everyone you know. Or just enjoy a bit of me time, safe in the knowledge all those day-to-day financial stresses have been taken care of. £76,543.21 in totally tax-free cash could be yours in time for summer. Make sure you don't miss out, as lines close at 4 p.m. on Friday.
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to getting stuck into this.
It turns out appointing a spiteful class warrior as Education Secretary was a disaster.
Well, interesting. The leader of the Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch, has sparked controversy today by attacking members of Keir Starmer's cabinet. A load of people on the left who called Brexiteers worse than Nazis, who called Tories scum. They didn't like her language and they're very upset about it. We're going to talk about that next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis.
In the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight. So Kemi Badenoch sparked a bit of controversy today with her takedown of various different Labour ministers at PMQs. Did she go too far? It's time for the head-to-head. Yeah, that's right. So the leader of the Conservatives, Kemi Badenoch, today teed off on various different Labour cabinet ministers. She issued this brutal attack against the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves.
The truth is, he wouldn't be in this mess if his Chancellor had found money for the Defence Investment Plan. She lives next door to him, but wouldn't even come out to stand by him during his resignation speech. She was too busy getting ready for a selfie with the new leader. Does the Prime Minister feel let down by his Chancellor?
Oh, sorry, she was just warming up, wasn't she, really? Next in line, Ed Miliband, the Energy Secretary.
The Energy Secretary is putting up bills and killing jobs. He was, he's not here, is he? He was a failed Labour leader, rejected by the electorate, brought back from the wilderness by this man, and when the going got tough, he jumped into bed with the Mayor of Manchester. Yeah, it's not the first time he's betrayed someone close to him, is it?
Bosh. Before lashing out at the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson.
He taxed private schools to pay for more teachers, but the number of teachers has gone down. Yeah. It turns out appointing a spiteful class warrior as Education Secretary was a disaster.
Yeah, apparently they had afters in a corridor outside as well, which you just love to see, don't you? It just reminds you of Wetherspoons. But, yeah, did she go too far? Because a lot of people in Labour are they're very upset about the whole thing. Oh, my gosh, it was unbecoming. Anyway, joining us to discuss this now is former Labour advisor and the author of How to Write a Parliamentary Speech. It's Paul Richards, and Conservative councillor Elliot Keck. Thank you very, very much. Elliot, I'll start with you. Do you know people like Chris Bryant and David Lammy, they're all having a go at Kemi Badenoch today. They think she went too far. What do you reckon?
Yeah, the pearl-clutching progressives, Patrick. Well, let me tell you about another time when the Speaker warned members of Parliament, including the Leader of the Opposition, about their language and the way they conducted themselves ahead of one of the Prime Minister's last PMQs, and it was back in 2022 during Boris Johnson's last Prime Minister's questions. Did Keir Starmer take any heed of it? Did he? He certainly did not. He accused Boris Johnson of being delusional. He went after various members of the cabinet. And let me tell you, Patrick, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Kemi was absolutely right. These people have disgraced themselves. They have trashed the country, trashed the economy, and she was bang on in the way she approached PMQs today. OK,
yeah, well, Paul, I'll bring you in on this now. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't really take any notice of what people like David Lammy say. I mean, you know, he was the one who was on... was it Andrew Marr show, I think? He said basically members of the ERG are worse than Nazis, I think he said. So what's he got to kick off about this?
Well, we're talking about Parliament, and the Prime Minister's question sits at the apex of the whole process in Parliament of holding government to account. The Leader of His Majesty's opposition occupies a really important role in our Constitution, and previous occupiers of that role, like, I don't know, William Hague or David Cameron or any of the previous ones, would never have stooped as low. And the language that has upset me, and I am upset, is the language about being stabbed in the back, and the language about being traitors and deserters. And in the 10th anniversary of Joe Cox's murder, don't forget what Thomas Mayer said in the court, death to traitors. And don't forget that Joe Cox was literally stabbed. That kind of language has no place
Paul,
at all in our Parliament.
I'm going to come in here. I'm going to come in here on that because the death of Joe Cox was an absolute abomination and a complete tragedy, and it was appalling, right? But I don't think you can keep going to the lowest common denominator here. Because of Labour's policy on farmers, a bloke took his own life, right? So, and we could go on here about the amount of lives that this Labour government has ruined. And so for Kemi Badenoch to stand up there and basically say that Bridget Phillipson is spiteful, which I'll just say, I think she is, right? You're just clutching your pearls here, aren't you? What about when Angela Rayner called Tories scum?
But this was not in Parliament, OK? And I'm all in favour of robust debate. But the point of our Parliament, surely, is it's where you role model civility, where you have decent debate, where you talk about ideas and clashing ideologies and different ways and visions for the country, not name-calling. And my real fear, actually, is that Kemi Badenoch did this not as a pursuit of parliamentary democracy, but just for clicks and shares on social media. It's the extrication of our democracy. And, Elliot's a councillor. Councillor Keck, if you behave like that in the council chamber, they'd hoy you out, wouldn't they?
Behave like that? Go on, Elliot, come back to that.
Well, I certainly know that if I accused one of my opposition councillors as using rhetoric that led to the death of an individual, certainly I'd probably be kicked out. I think that's an absolutely contemptible argument. And this has been the problem of this Labour government and this Labour movement. They have combined the sanctimony of a messiah with the delusions of a cult leader. The way that they behaved in opposition over the 5 years, 2019, 2024, and of course before that, was exactly as Patrick said. They accused completely normal, moderate Conservatives of being Nazis, of being scum, of being the worst people on earth. And then the second that Kemi Badenoch dares to point out the numerous failures that this government has made, the fact that they didn't have a plan, the fact that they have destroyed people's education, destroyed people's farms, destroyed people's standard of living, suddenly there's all this pearl clutching from progressives that are just getting a taste of their own medicine.
Go on, Paul.
Well, I would say that in Parliament we deserve better, and that's why the Speaker intervened. He said, be careful what you're saying, because people will repeat that kind of language outside. What goes in Parliament should be a role model for what happens outside. And I am concerned about the collapse of civility in our discourse. The way people talk to each other now in the street is no longer just online, but it's happening in real life, and people are behaving badly because they can see leaders like Kemi Badenoch and accuse us of being cult-like when you are pursuing the cult of Kemi to the point of defending this behaviour today is a disgrace. And the point is here that these people in Parliament should be better behaved. They shouldn't have the yah, boo, punch and Judy name calling. It should be the dissection of ideas and the debate of ideologies and policies. And that's what the public deserve.
Again, I'll just come back to this, Elliot. I think it's really rich for anyone on the left to talk to anyone about decency. For years and years and years, social media was the preserve of the left wing. And there were unbelievable pylons, including against young women online who dared to utter a right-wing view. And I don't remember the left calling to ban social media then at all. Now it seems to have flipped a little bit, and they're all over it. You've got people who've had to shut their pubs, 300,000 more people unemployed. We've spoken about the farmers, you speak about the pensioners, you speak about all of it. And also, I think we might be forgetting here that Labour have literally just stabbed their own leader in the back, incredibly publicly, and then lined up for a photograph with his successor, grinning like Cheshire Cats in Westminster. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's not really particularly decent, is it?
Yeah, and I'll add to that the way that the Labour movement and the Labour Party treated gender-critical feminists. And, of course, before that, Britain's Jewish population has been absolutely appalling. Listen, the way that Kemi Badenoch conducted herself today is exactly the way that the last Labour opposition treated the Conservatives. As I said, she's just giving them a taste of their own medicine. It is richly deserved. And listen, I think she hit the nail on the head, and I think she spoke for all of the taxpayers, farmers, pensioners and young people in the country who have seen their lives torn apart by this disastrous Labour government.
Well, just for a final word on this, Paul, look, I'm sorry, but I think people on the left are going to have to realise that you think you're the good guys, but actually you're not. A lot of people have behaved, well, not you necessarily, but a lot of people on the left have behaved absolutely, utterly appallingly, and actually a lot like fascists for a very long period of time, and now you don't like it up you.
Well, I think Mrs. Thatcher is probably turning in her grave to think that her successor behaves like this in the Parliament. That we have given the world parliamentary democracy, and this is what's happening at home. It's a disgrace.
Paul, look at the way that Keir Starmer has spoken to Kemi Badenoch during Prime Minister's questions. The way he's condescended her, patronised her, week in, week out, mocked her, ridiculed her, and now that it's just beyond hypocritical.
All right. Well, there we go. All right. Well, thank you very much. That's the former Labour advisor and author of How to Write a Parliamentary Speech, Paul Richards, and Conservative councillor Elliot Keck. Look, very, very serious story. Very serious story when we come back.
I'm sorry that Henry's life couldn't be saved that night, and I'm sorry that he was handcuffed and arrested in the moments before he lost consciousness.
Just when you thought this case couldn't get any worse, it's emerged that it took police officers 8 minutes to find Henry Novak's stab wounds, and even after they did or attempted to do CPR on him in a way that somehow made the situation even worse. We'll talk about that. But first, though, the government says it's getting tough on illegal immigration. I've got a couple of cases for you today that, frankly, prove the opposite is true. That's next.
Be nice to escape the grey.
Clear skies, here we come.
As clear as our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The exceptional heat continues over parts of France for the next few days at least. Meanwhile, 1 or 2 thundery showers possible in Sardinia and some wet weather heading to Portugal. Most of the eastern end of the Mediterranean, though, dry and sunny. Small chance of an isolated shower inland over Greece. Chance of some heavy showers over Sardinia, as I said, but much of northern Italy dry and sunny. Southern Spain also dry and sunny, but some showery rain heading its way into Portugal, affecting Lisbon and Porto. Temperatures back on the rise in Rome for the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB loyalty points are here. They're our way of saying thank you for spending time with GB News. Through commenting on your say, voting in You Decide polls and shaping the debate, you can earn GB loyalty points. Unlock rewards, reach milestones and climb leaderboards. Don't just watch our programmes, come and be part of them. Get started by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/loyalty points.
Welcome back. So the government has vowed to crack down on illegal immigration, yet day after day news stories emerge that suggest it still hasn't got a clue. Take this example. A 50-year-old Tajikistani national has been jailed for 12 years after attempting to rape a 13-year-old girl on a train. The investigating officer said he targeted a vulnerable child and subjected her to one of the most abhorrent attacks imaginable. Then there's this Algerian national, jailed for 2 years today after piloting an overcrowded small boat. I'll just say they're all overcrowded because they shouldn't have anyone on, but anyway. An overcrowded small boat carrying 67 people across the channel, despite the fact that apparently you can actually get life in prison for being caught piloting these boats. He's been jailed for 2 years for that. Is that really justice? No, I don't think it is. Joining us to discuss this is former Conservative Immigration Minister Kevin Foster. You know, Kevin, it's just another day, another couple of stories that show that we're not really doing anything. I mean, that Tajiki guy, for example, the article I read on the BBC said he may now be deported. May? He just tried to rape a 13-year-old on a train.
Absolutely. It's as serious as you can get, the offending. He's been given, I think, 12 years. It was a sustained assault on a vulnerable young girl. And, you know, by the way, we have to give quick credit to a train passenger who did actually try and intervene as well, you know, bravely saw what was going on and tried to stop it. But he still tried to pursue it after that. So, no, it's as serious as it gets. I must add a quick look, because normally when we talk about some of these cases, we're talking about an Afghan or an Iranian where there would potentially be quite some difficulties getting someone back to their country of origin. But we can actually do returns to Tajikistan. I had a quick look at the Home Office's guidance. So the question now becomes, when is this man going to go? And a lot of that will boil down to the good old ECHR. Will he probably try and argue some sort of inhuman treatment he's going to get, or his right to a family life or whatever, when in reality he's committed an appalling crime? He should be out of this country as quickly as possible, particularly if we can agree for him to spend a nice bit of time in a Tajikistan jail rather than one of our own.
Well, quite. In fact, there was actually a case once of a bloke, so beards are apparently banned in Tajikistan, and there was a bloke that we couldn't deport because if we deported him, he would have had to have shaved his beard. So, I mean, I think we know that this guy's going to stay in the country based on previous evidence there. But also when it comes to the actual boat crossing, so this guy has sailed, another guy, Algerian bloke, has sailed a boat across the channel with 67 people on it. You know, I thought we had laws in this country that meant that you could get up to life in prison if you were caught doing this stuff. 2 years? I mean, he's going to do a year, will he? And then he's back out and he's not going anywhere, is he? So it's worth it for the guy.
Yeah, he'll be paid potentially some significant amount of money. 2 years is hardly much of a deterrent. In theory, it puts him over the threshold for deportation, but as we've just reflected on, it can be extremely difficult to get rid of people because of things like the ECHR. You've just given an example of the beard. The one I always give is the example of the Albanian whose kid liked to tick the type of chicken nuggets. We've seen some bizarre things come out of our courts and immigration tribunals. But perhaps there's one thing that might change, particularly given the news that Mr. Starmer and hopefully Lord Hermer, you know, the man who wants to pursue veterans and wants to give away the Chagos Islands, but for some reason is very wedded to the idea that we keep dangerous individuals in this country because they might have to have a shave, then actually, if he's going, and it'll also be interesting to see what Andy Burnham does, because his constituency is very different to Keir Starmer's. You know, there's not many metropolitan elite champagne socialists in Makerfield. There'll be many people who feel the rough end of the type of immigration policies and human rights policies that Lord Hermer and Starmer were very wedded to. It'll be interesting to see if a new government decides to actually it's time to do something about all this.
It will be, and on the Andy Burnham thing, supposedly he's thinking of watering down Shabana Mahmood's immigration plans. I think it will be fascinating to see what the odds are genuinely on Andy Burnham losing his own seat at the next general election if he doesn't get the house in order. I think people aren't talking about that at the moment, understandably so. It seems like a long way off, but I would be very careful if I was Andy Burnham. Anyway, look, Kevin, thank you very, very much as ever. It's Kevin Foster there, Immigration Minister, just reacting to those couple of stories today. A Home Office spokesperson has previously told GB News asylum claims are down, hotel use is falling and immigration enforcement activity is at the highest level on record, with the largest number of raids and arrests ever. And a spokesperson for Lord Hermer, the Attorney-General, has previously said the Attorney has the greatest respect for the armed forces and the sacrifice they have made for our country. GB News has also reached out to a number of other people there. Up next, it took police 8 minutes to find Henry Novak's stab wounds, even after he told officers that he'd been stabbed. What I'm going to reveal for you is the transcript that the police did not want you to ever read. That's next.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power?
Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber.
Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics.
We'll see where this ruling takes us.
These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight. So today, shocking new evidence was revealed in the Henry Novak case. It took police 8 minutes to find Henry Novak's stab wounds, and a strong warning now that what I'm about to show you is extremely distressing.
Come running around the corner.
What's happened to you, all right? Been stabbed. You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate.
Yeah, so you heard that right, the police officer there saying, I don't think you have, mate. And now the newly released transcript of what the police officers said reveals that officers panicked when they realised that Henry had stopped breathing. I'm going to read it out to you. The male officer says, he's not unconscious, mate. He's not breathing. Then he says, come on, mate. Again, just referring to Henry Novak here. That's it. Keep breathing. Come on, as he's trying to do CPR on it. The female officer says, no, keep going. The male officer, come on, mate, stay with us. Then chest compressions are briefly paused and resumed after they realised that Henry appeared lifeless. Then the male officer says, has he been stabbed there? And the female officer says, yes, he's got a stab mark there. And that was the point when they started actually taking his clothes off to see whether or not he'd been stabbed. So all this time they had, the male officer says, that makes it worse. He's got a stab wound. I've been pushing on her. He then swears, stab wound. And then they rip his clothing. At this point, around 9 minutes after police first reach the scene, a paramedic arrives. We're joined now by crime journalist David Shipley. David, look, thank you very much. I know it's a horrible thing to talk about, but it's the fact that they didn't even undress him or check, and then when they were doing CPR, because they hadn't checked, they were actually making things even worse by doing compressions on a stab wound.
Well, it was before that as well, wasn't it? When they arrived, they dragged him out and arrested him because they had been primed by this claim of racism. And they were told that there had been a racist attack, and therefore they treated this white boy dying on the street as the criminal, not as the victim. And as a result, I think it's very clear, and I suspect when we actually get the full inquest, it's going to be found that the police exacerbated and accelerated Henry's death.
OK. And why do you say that? What makes you say that?
So we know that he had a stab wound into his lung. And lung bleeds are not generally rapidly fatal. This isn't when you have an artery severed and you bleed out very quickly. So he was bleeding to death very slowly. And when they found him, he was conscious. Like, he was very, very clearly distressed. We've all seen the video. But he was conscious. And they pulled him out. They pulled his arms behind his back. And if you think about it, if you've had a bleed there and it's clotted a bit, your arms are pulled back like that, there's a good chance that will then rip open again the bleed. And then very quickly, and we've all seen the video, he lost consciousness and his eyes stopped responding and he died very quickly. And I suspect what actually happened is the police accelerated his death in a way that should not have happened.
I think he's told them that he's been stabbed. They then say his pupils are fixed and he's not breathing. So they realise that basically he's dying or dead at that point. And then even then, they are not actually checking for a stab wound. It's only when they get to a point where they realise, gosh, there's a lot of blood on his top, and then they say, yes. So they're doing CPR on him without even checking for a stab wound. It's just insane to me, this.
Well, the only reason it happened very clearly is because they were primed to believe that he was the criminal, right? They had been told by these lying calls that Henry had conducted a racist attack, and therefore they arrived and they treated him as the attacker, not as the victim. And that's why they ignored the fact that he said, I have been stabbed. I don't think you have, mate. That only happened because the police have been corrupted by this anti-racist ideology.
Yeah, and it's just absolutely horrific from start to finish, all of this. And yeah, as we understand it, some of these police officers are still on duty, and it's the drip feeding of information here. So we obviously saw whatever we saw with the body cam footage initially. It then stops at a point. This is a new transcript that comes out, and it somehow makes it even worse. And I think that, like, are they trying to do something to, like, you know, contain the public here by just releasing this stuff very slowly?
I think they are. If we saw the whole video, I suspect it would be very radicalising, very enraging for people, because I suspect what we actually would see is that the police turned up and they accelerated Henry's death by treating him as the criminal, not as the victim. And if we saw the whole video with this transcript, we would be horrified, I think.
Yeah. Oh, David, thank you very, very much. I appreciate you coming. I know it's an incredibly difficult topic to talk about. It's David Shipley there, who is a crime journalist. Look, just to say that the police force in question here, Hampshire and the Isle of Wight, has apologised to Henry Novak's family for the way that he was treated at the scene, and the Independent Office for Police Conduct is investigating the officer's actions on the night of the stabbing. So, of course, we await to see the findings of that. Coming up, we've got a bit of this.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening, hope you're doing okay. This is your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. And now the extreme heat, the record-breaking heat, will continue through this evening, overnight and into tomorrow. High pressure continuing to bring largely fine weather, lots of sunshine by day, and we are tapping into, dragging in hot air from the near continent, which is why temperatures are so high, both by day and by night. We have a couple of extreme heat warnings out at the moment, an amber across much of England and Wales, and also a red one across some central southern parts of England and southern Wales, all valid until the end of Thursday. Looking at the weather, and there's some rain across parts of Northern Ireland through this evening and overnight. That's going to spill into parts of northern and western Scotland. Otherwise, it's going to be largely dry. There is some low cloud coming into some North Sea coastal parts. The odd pocket of mist and fog can't be ruled out. But one thing that we really need to highlight is how warm it is again going to be. Perhaps a bit fresher towards the east, but in the west, southwest, temperatures holding up a few degrees above 20 Celsius, so uncomfortable for sleeping. More wet weather across parts of northern, northwestern Scotland through tomorrow. The rain could turn a bit persistent, maybe even heavy at times. Across the rest of the country, however, again, it is going to be a largely sunny day. And with that sunshine, as you would expect, temperatures are going to rise. Mid to high 30s, 38, 39 Celsius could be possible, which is exceptionally hot. Into Friday, and it's worth highlighting that there will be some hefty showery rain affecting some northern parts, particularly during the morning. A lot of that will clear away, but for parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, that rain's going to linger here. Could be quite intense for a while. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine by the afternoon, and whilst there is something a little bit fresher coming in from the west, central eastern parts are going to stay very hot. In fact, into the weekend, eastern parts will still be pretty hot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we'll see something a bit more changeable and more comfortable, perhaps.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's 10 p.m. I'm Patrick Christie's. Tonight.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Absolutely disgraceful. Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer are coming for your savings. And there will now be rape gang inquiries in Oldham, Bradford and London. And...
About who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal.
Lots to unpack that. Breaking news from Washington, D.C. President Trump has absolutely no idea who Andy Burnham is, whereas many of us just wish we didn't. But plus, President Trump's counter-terrorism advisor, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, is going to join us live in the studio. In light of what we're seeing about there being these rape gang investigations and inquiries in our country, I want to know how the states would have dealt with it. But we're also going to give you a first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages. The Daily Express. Campaigners are urging Andy Burnham, don't touch the triple lock. Don't touch the pension triple lock. That'll be a controversial one. On our panel this evening, we have got former Conservative Special Advisor James Price, Reform UK Councillor Jamie McIver, and journalist and broadcaster Nina Mishkov. And can the smart ones amongst you, which is of course all of you, spot the difference of what's going on here?
Many, many, many generations. My first allegiance is and always will be the sovereign people of Scotland.
It's like a different person. And there is a big mystery involving a giraffe in Texas, but a mystery that I intend to solve this evening. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Just when you thought Labour couldn't sink any lower. Next.
Good evening, it's 2 minutes past 10. I'm Katie Bowen in the GB newsroom. Today has been declared the UK's hottest June day on record, with a new high of 36.1 degrees Celsius recorded in Gosport, Hampshire. A red weather warning for extreme heat is in place for parts of the country, with the Met Office advising the elderly and vulnerable to stay indoors and the public to reconsider lengthy travel plans. Humid conditions are also expected to persist well into this evening, bringing the prospect of tropical nights to parts of the UK, where temperatures will remain above 20 degrees Celsius. Today's temperature breaks the previous record set in the summer of 1976. A breaking update to bring you from the White House tonight. President Donald Trump has renewed calls for the UK to pursue drilling in the North Sea when questioned about Andy Burnham potentially becoming the next Prime Minister. Asked by GB News' Bev Turner, President Trump said that he's heard Mr Burnham is, quote, extremely liberal. Let's listen to his comments.
About who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. And they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea. It's an easy one, and a lot of good things are going to happen.
In other news, more than 500 mothers and babies suffered potentially avoidable harm or died due to deeply embedded systemic failures at the Nottingham University Hospital's NHS Trust. A review led by senior midwife Donna Ockenden has concluded. The inquiry found leaders at the Trust knew there were serious issues in its maternity department going back years, but failed to take action to prevent more deaths. 520 mothers and babies suffered potentially avoidable harm or death, including 94 babies who were stillborn. Chairman of the Trust, Nick Carver, has apologised unreservedly to the women and families affected, saying that the Trust will work on a meaningful apology and further improvement plans. Sir Keir Starmer has defended his record as Labour leader in his first Prime Minister's questions since announcing his resignation. Downing Street has also indicated today that Sir Keir Starmer intends to stay on as a backbench MP for the rest of this Parliament, despite standing down as leader. At Prime Minister's questions, Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch challenged the Prime Minister to say whether he felt betrayed and let down by his own party, as well as asking about the long-awaited defence investment plan. And hopeful Scotland fans are gearing up for the team's final World Cup group stage match against Brazil later this evening. The Tartan Army take on five-time winners Brazil in Miami. If the team win or draw, they will all but secure their place in the knockout stages of the tournament for the first time ever. Those are your latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Patrick.
Take the GB News family with you on any device. As long as you have an internet connection, tune into GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond.
Good evening. Labour announced today that they're coming for your money, your children's money and your grandchildren's money. Are we being led by a Labour government made up of horrific, spiteful morons? They are reducing the maximum amount a person aged under 65 can deposit into a cash ISA each financial year from £20,000 to £12,000. And they're going to charge a flat 22% tax on interest earned from cash held in stocks and shares ISAs. This idiotic money grab is being introduced by a Chancellor who is about to be sacked and a Prime Minister who was already resigned. Now, I know lots of people watching this will be thinking, hey, look, this doesn't really affect me. I'm not putting that much money into ISAs. Look, fine. But let me tell you why I think it matters. Firstly, it wasn't in the Labour Party manifesto, and that is actually quite a big deal. Secondly, it's your money. You've already paid tax on it. Labour has already introduced or increased around 60 taxes since coming into office. And now they want to come for your savings and reduce the amount that you put away for your nest egg. Thirdly, these are the people who it's going to impact most. A mid to late career professional, a small business owner, someone trying to accumulate a deposit for a home. It's the middle classes, isn't it? It's people who want to do the right thing. It's people who work hard, who haven't had a leg up, who abide by the law, who just want to put some money away for a rainy day so they feel like they've got a little bit of security. Fourthly, where's this money actually going to go? Why do Labour say they need your money? Why are you going to have your savings reduced or taxed more?
Benefits. Benefits. Benefits.
Benefits.
Benefits.
Yeah, benefits for people who shouldn't be on them, and illegal immigrants. That's where your money's going. So what's going to happen? People will stop saving entirely. People will turn to gambling, potentially, as well, because you might be able to get a better return, or at least you think you can, until you get yourself into a world of trouble. People will move abroad and pay no tax here at all. And this is what gets me. The people doing this to you are all people who have benefited from the system as it is today, or from the Britain that we've had for the last 30 or 40 years. Just look at Rachel Reeves. Salary of £171,000 a year, plus taxpayer-funded expenses. Reeves reportedly owns a 4-bedroom house with her husband in Southwark. He owns a 2-bedroom flat in central London, which he reportedly could rent out for about £3,000 a month. To carry out her duties as an MP, she also rents a property in her Leeds constituency, the accommodation and council tax costs for which are paid for by you, the taxpayer, and she lives rent-free in number 11 Downing Street. Keir Starmer, between his top-tier legal earnings, the massive appreciation on the value of his North London home and the sale of his inherited land, his net worth has reportedly grown significantly over the last couple of decades. And depending on which news article you read on this, he's worth somewhere between £7 and £15 million. Well, I bet they've both got great accountants. I bet they've got money squirreled away. I bet they've set their kids up for life, because they've been able to do that in a free and easy way for most of their professional lives. But not the man or woman in their mid-30s who's just started earning a decent salary, the bloke who started out working up scaffolding but just set up his own business a couple of years ago, the person who worked hard for 30 years and finally got that promotion at work that gets them off the office floor and into the boardroom. Labour are going to pull the ladder up and clobber those people. Meanwhile, Andy Burnham is rumoured to be scrapping plans to make it harder for legal migrants to claim benefits. You know, pathetic Labour MPs turned on Kemi Badenoch today because she said this.
It turns out appointing a spiteful class warrior as Education Secretary was a disaster.
Well, they can just dry their tears, can't they? Because it's exactly what they are. Who are the big losers under this spiteful Labour government? Mid to high income earners, then we've got private landlords, farmers with land, business owners and employers, pensioners with outside income, and private school parents. That is the definition of spiteful politics, isn't it? Punishing those people. And again, for people watching this who think that doesn't apply to you, look, fine, fair enough, absolutely. But what about ambition? Would you not like to be, or like your kids to be, mid to high earners? Maybe own a couple of properties, maybe run a business, or maybe send their children to a private school. And trust me, when they've run out of those people to tax, they are going to come for you too anyway, OK? Perhaps they already have. Their policies mean that there are around 300,000 more unemployed people since Labour came to power. I just absolutely hate this. Let's get thoughts from our panel. We've got former Conservative Special Advisor James Price, Reform UK Councillor Jamie McIver, journalist and broadcaster Nina Mishkov. Yeah, James, look, to me this just seems just utterly spiteful.
I think that's the best way to put it. I mean, let's remember, Rachel Reeves has more private sector experience than anybody else around that cabinet table, and she seems this economically illiterate. So whoever replaces her, if Andy Burnham does come in, is probably going to be even worse about this. And I think that we can debate about the niceties of the ISA changes or any of these sorts of things. What people at home need to understand is that this is in many respects no longer a rich country, because we are in so much debt and we have so much low economic growth for so long. To try and put it into context, go and Google how much the national debt costs for every man, woman, child here. It's so enormous that we are putting debt onto our children, our grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren at this point. And for Andy Burnham to say, oh, we've got to stop being so in hock to the bond markets, those being the people from whom we borrow this money, well, that's great, but you're the one coming and promising to spend all this money, which is going to mean higher taxes for everybody else, or more borrowing from those bond markets. And we've got to a position now, and this might be a bit technical, but where we spend so much money every year just to service that debt. So that's money that goes as interest, basically, to these bond markets and all the rest of it. That number is getting higher every year because we're borrowing more and more money, and it's just going to the point now where we spend an awful lot more just servicing that debt than we do on our entire defence budget at a time when the world is getting more dangerous. And that compounds every year as that debt goes higher, and you have less and less options to go, whilst there is no economic growth either. That it's a really, really serious problem, to the point that I think we're underpricing some kind of sovereign debt crisis that may land at the feet of Andy Burnham, who doesn't understand any of this stuff at all.
Well, quite. I mean, the thing, again, one of the things that gets me is they're not going after the billionaires here, right? They're not going after, you know, Warren Buffetts of this world. We are talking about a lot of hard-working, ordinary people out there who make a life decision. They might have made a decision to not move into a bigger house, to not go on a certain type of holiday, to not do the big shop at Waitrose or M&S. So all of these things so that they can squirrel a bit of money away for over a period of years. And now Labour's looked at that and gone, it's a loophole. Oh, you've been exploiting a loophole. You must be taxed.
Well, I think this is typical of... I mean, first of all, our tax system is completely broken. And I mean, that's a separate debate. The reality is, people in this country need to be able to set their alarms in the morning, go to work, and at the end of the week, feel like it was worth doing it, and not just to get by. And those people that have that feeling, those few people that actually get to put money away at the moment in this economy, the people I speak to in Ongar, where I'm a councillor, can't even put food on the table. Our food bank has never been so busy. We set it up in COVID as a temporary thing. Here it is, still busier than ever, bigger venue now. The reality is, people are just about getting by. So those few people that are just about able to put some money away each month, maybe thinking about having children, maybe thinking about setting up their children, making sure that their 17-year-old can get a car and have driving lessons to free up a parent to maybe go and work a bit more. Normal people doing something that's actually quite unextraordinary, which is being able to put a bit of money away. And the fact that the government sees that, you know, they can taste the blood, can't they? And they think that people that put money aside every month are rich. They're not rich. That is a very unambitious thing for people to do. But it's become ambitious because our economy is working against working people so much.
That's the key word. Look, again, I do want to stress that. I get that there'll be plenty of people watching and listening to this right now who are simply not in the position where they could even contemplate putting 12 grand into an ISA a year, let alone the 20 that there is now. Absolutely. But there is a question here about ambition. And I don't think a lot of those people who will be working, they might be starting night shifts now, you know, who are thinking, oh, gosh, you know, I couldn't send my kids to private school. I can't put 12 grand away. Yeah, but I bet they want their kids to be able to, or I bet they'd like the option to. I bet when they get a promotion because they've worked their backsides off, they'd like to be able to do what they want with their own money. Do you not think, Nina?
Well, absolutely. But let's just analyse why we are in this situation. We had 14 years of Conservative disaster where they basically raped this country. They pillaged. And we were left with a £21 billion hole when Labour came into power. Now, and we were also left with the highest tax burden we'd ever had. It wasn't suddenly Labour who's put all this tax on. This was accumulated over many years, and nobody could deny that the Tories did it. So you can't...
I'm absolutely going to do that. I think it's an outrageous thing what you
It's not an outrageous thing to say.
I really don't think that you can call a democratically elected government who was elected, let's say, in 2010 to clean up the fiscal mess that Gordon Brown had left with a deficit that was 10% of GDP, raping the country. I think that's an outrageous thing.
I don't think we should use that word at all, by the way.
Hang on. You've both had a very good go. OK? So I'll just say what I'm going to say now. Let's look at what happened during the pandemic. Look at all those contracts for mates. And let's not even mention Michelle Mone. There's billions that this country will never get back. It's outrageous, and
Is this the answer to that?
No, that's what I'm saying. What the answer is, there has to be a way of turning this country around financially, and it will come eventually. But I don't think it's right to say that this is just a spiteful thing to do. It's not spiteful, and I don't think it's actually right to chastise or hold Rachel Reeves up to some kind of scorn because you could say the same for every MP. They've probably got a house, they've probably got, show me an MP who doesn't.
My point there is that they've had, depending on exactly how old they are respectively, between Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer, probably a good 30 or 40 year crack at the whip of doing quotes unquote the responsible thing, of squirreling a bit of money away, maybe trying to get a bit of property if you can, get a bit of land somewhere, putting certain things in trust, doing whatever. And now they're looking at people who are trying to do the same thing now, and they're going, actually, I think you're a bit evil. You're rich.
You can still put money away in a deposit account, can't you? And you're not taxed on that.
What now? I mean, we're reducing the cash ISA for a start, and then, of course, you've got the stocks and shares money that isn't invested.
But a deposit account you can still use.
If you're
what's the interest rate on that?
If you're not going to get economic growth going again, and if you're going to keep spending like a drunk sailor on shore leave, with no offence to sailors, you're going to keep looking at every little pot that you can find. It won't be long before they come for pensions or anything else at all. Fundamentally, you've got to choose politicians who realise that they can't spend your money as well as you can.
And this is it, and it's where it's going. Again, I think time and time again, there are people in this country, plenty of people in this country, who wouldn't necessarily mind if their taxes went up a little bit, if they could see that it was actually going to the betterment of this country. But it's not, is it? It's going to people, I'm sorry, a lot of the time it's going to people who absolutely don't deserve it and shouldn't be here.
That's the problem, isn't it? Where does the money get spent? Foreign aid, people that are on benefits that should and could be working. We have loads of vacancies in this country. But also the bigger picture problem here is what it does to the economy. It contracts the economy. If people have money in their pockets, they can spend it on luxury items. That gets our economy going. That gets our high streets going. There is no coincidence when you've got socialism, or indeed the previous government, which I think had elements of socialism within it, that you can't actually wonder why our high streets are now being boarded up, because when people don't have disposable incomes because they're taxed too much, they don't spend. That contracts the economy, stops growth, stops people starting businesses, and it's all
some weird advantage of this tax on ISAs would be that people might prefer to spend their money, which would be better for the economy.
But is it the government's role to tell you that? This is the thing, isn't it?
Who is the government? Who is the government to tell you to do that?
Why can't we just do what we want with their own money?
But also saving is a good thing, because again, I think it's really important that people understand how wealth works. Elon Musk doesn't have a big vault somewhere with a big pile of gold with the dragon guarding it. That's not what wealth is all about. When you save money, whether it's people at home in ISAs, that money gets used and put to productive purposes. It's capital that goes into building businesses, to giving mortgages to people, to building the technologies of the future. That is what we need to hope for. If you invest money, that is a hope for a better future. That's what you've got to vote for, and that's perfectly good and moral to do that.
OK, all right, well, look, it keeps coming back to me, the fact that the people rolling this out, one of them is about to be sacked and the other one's already resigned, but, they just crack on regardless, don't they? But anyway, it is time for the Great British Giveaway, and given what we've been talking about, you're going to need this, I'm afraid. Here's how you can be in it to win it.
There's just 2 days remaining of our big summer giveaway. Someone has to win our stunning cash prize of £76,543.21. And that person really could be you. Imagine all of the fun you could have this year with that. You could treat the family, treat your friends, make it a super summer for everyone you know.
Or just enjoy a bit of me time, safe in the knowledge all those day-to-day financial stresses have been taken care of.
£76,543.21 in totally tax-free cash could be yours in time for summer. Make sure you don't miss out, as lines close at 4 p.m. on Friday.
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, well, coming up, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages for you. Kemi lashes out at Andy, but very serious story next.
The inquiry will act without fear or favour, identifying individual, institutional and systemic failure.
Yeah, big news today. So London, Oldham and Bradford and Keighley have been named as the first focus for this grooming gangs inquiry. Well, the Deputy Assistant to President Trump, Senior Director for Counter-Terrorism, Seb Gorka, is going to join us live in the studio. We're going to talk about that. I also want to get a feel for how would the Americans have dealt with the Pakistani rape gang scandal, do we think? That's next.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight. Now, the National Inquiry into Grooming Gangs has announced today the first areas selected for local investigations, and they are Oldham, Bradford and Keighley and London. Well, meanwhile, in the United States, they've realised that cracking down on mass migration is actually a key way to reduce crime and extremism. And in case you're wondering why I've decided to link those two things, well, it's because there's a man joining us now who has been key in tackling these very issues in the United States, and he's live in the studio. It's Deputy Assistant to President Trump and the Senior Director of Counter-Terrorism. It's Seb Gorka. Seb, thank you very much for joining us. It's a real pleasure and an honour to have you here. When you see things like the Pakistani rape scandal that has really gone big in America as well, Elon Musk has been highlighting it. What are your initial thoughts about it, the way that we have handled it here, and how do you think the American administration would have dealt with it differently?
Well, look, it's not apropos, it's not apposite for a US political appointee to comment on British policies, but I think maybe perhaps what we did in the last 16 months could be seen as an exemplar of what happens and what needs to be done when you have open borders. So it is well known under the prior administration of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they deconstructed our southern border. The estimates are hard to even pin down. The president talks of rightly maybe 20 million people let into the country who had no right to be there. So what did we do? We sealed the border under the leadership of the president, the Homeland Security Advisor, Stephen Miller, the new Secretary of Homeland Security, Mr. Mullen, and we have a real border czar, Tom Homan, who's straight out of Central Casting, as I'm sure you know. We have no illegals coming in. We've literally, all it took was an election to seal our border. Then what has Tom Homan done? What have Mr. Miller? What have the Secretary done? We have deported over 2 million. Over 2 million illegals have left the country who are criminals, either those who we have physically arrested and removed, or the other one, which is just as good, have realized you don't want to mess with President Trump, and they're self-deporting. Now, we don't have the horrific tales of what happened in Bradford and the other rape gangs, anything like that in the US. But let me be clear. The president, in large part, was elected because of rampant illegal migration. And we had horrific cases. I have met some of these families. Jocelyn Nungare, a beautiful 14-year-old girl, raped, strangled, killed, thrown in a ditch by illegal migrants. A woman in Maryland, just outside D.C., a mother on a jog, likewise, strangled, raped, murdered, and left there to die. What have we done? We have brought down the hammers of hell, the judicial system, to get rid of these people from our country. Because if you don't have borders, you don't have sovereignty. If you don't have sovereignty, you don't have safety. So I think that would be an example to any nation, not just the UK, on how you keep your citizens safe.
And President Trump has enacted various different travel bans and immigration bans from certain countries. So, again, look, talking kind of hypothetically here, if there was a situation in America where there was a disproportionate number of people from, say, Pakistan who were committing these kind of crimes, do you think that President Trump would have used that as an opportunity to say, OK, no more immigration from those countries?
So any one of your viewers can go right now onto the whitehouse.gov website and read an unclassified document the president recently signed. It came from the National Security Council. It is the new U.S. counterterrorism strategy. And it opens with a very bold statement from the president. We will look at threats as they are. We're not going to fantasize about, whether your children should go to school with masks or not, and then the parents who protest will be deemed to be domestic terrorists. We're not going to allow the massive might of the counterterrorism tools of America to be used for political purposes. Who can forget the FBI under the last regime actually with armed agents going to Mar-a-Lago, the former and future president's home, and raiding it on political pretext. We're not going to allow that. However, if there is a threat, if there were rape gangs, we would deal with them based upon the threat they posit to our citizens. So we are very serious about national security, whether it's jihadists, whether it's the cartels. Look at what the president done with cartels. Can I just share with you the empirical justification? Under the open borders of the last administration, when I had my own TV show, I decided to devote an episode to it, and I did the math. With open borders, we had 110,000 Americans who were being killed every 12 months by the illicit drugs being brought into our nation by cartels. Let me put that number into perspective. That's more than all the soldiers, Marines, airmen who died in every war that we fought in after 1945. So that's add Korea to Vietnam to Panama to Grenada to Gulf War to Gulf to Afghanistan. 103,000 Americans died in 70 years in combat. When we had open borders, more people died under the Democrat administration in 12 months, Patrick, than in 70 years of warfare. We will not permit that. So whether it's jihadis, rape gangs, or whether it's cartels, we will not permit them to hurt our citizens.
And it's the speed of it. This is
yes.
It's the speed of it. You know, we're talking about something here. Obviously, it's British related, but this has been going on for decades. This rape gang stuff, and eventually we're getting something resembling a national inquiry. We'll have to wait and see how it turns out. But a lot of people, including, by the way, victims and survivors, have not got high hopes because of how often they've been let down so many times before. And there is no way that you guys would have let it rumble on for this long. There is no way. The other aspect of this for me is deportations. You know, you mentioned that already, but we covered a couple of cases tonight. There's a bloke from Tajikistan who's just been sentenced, actually, for attempting to rape a 13-year-old girl on a train. He's got, I think, 12 years in prison. He might be deported. He might be deported. I mean, you're shaking your head there, but, you know, in here, they'll use the ECHR. They'll try and use the ECHR. I mean, we couldn't deport one bloke to Tajikistan because he has a beard, and beards are banned in Tajikistan.
Do you have razors in the UK?
Yeah.
You do? You have, beard trimmers?
We do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this isn't a Monty Python skit?
It's not.
This is real?
I promise you this is real life.
All right.
Because if he went back to Tajikistan, he would be made to have shaved his beard off. So how come in America you don't have to bother with stuff like this?
The way the metric or the description we use, because we were told for years, oh, you can't change immigration policy. You have to change the law. Congress has to fix it. Well, it turns out that President Trump has said, all we needed, Patrick, was an election. All we needed was to change the person behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. Oh, and what happened? We fixed the problems. Why? Because we brought in a chief executive who said, we will not permit this to happen. We will arrest, we will locate, we will prosecute, and we will remove. Because at the end of the day, isn't that the number one priority of any chief executive? Whether you're a prime minister, whether you're a president, your number one priority is to keep your citizens safe. And I say this, I mean, people maybe don't know my backstory. My parents were refugees. Yeah. Real refugees. My father was liberated from a communist prison and ended up in the UK. That's how I'm alive today. So, yes, refugees are real, but when you're talking about individuals let into this country, maybe out of political correctness, who end up raping young girls, as happened in the United States, you can't let that happen. You can't, for the sake of just the fabric of society.
Yeah, look, 100%. I could listen to you all day. I'm immensely grateful for you taking the time to come and talk to us here on GB News, and I know that my audience really, really appreciates it. So thank you.
Well, God bless. Thank you for having me in the studio.
All right, so all the very best. I'll see you soon. Sebastian Gorka there, who is, of course, the Deputy Assistant to President Trump and the Senior Director for Counter-Terrorism. I mean, that's what action looks like, doesn't it? But look, coming up, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, including the Telegraph reporting, Andy Burnham has gone cold on Ed Miliband as Chancellor, and yes, President Trump has had a little bit of a reaction to our potentially incoming PM, Andy Burnham. That's next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The exceptional heat continues over parts of France for the next few days at least. Meanwhile, 1 or 2 thundery showers possible in Sardinia and some wet weather heading to Portugal. Most of the eastern end of the Mediterranean, though, dry and sunny. Small chance of an isolated shower inland over Greece. Chance of some heavy showers over Sardinia, as I said, but much of northern Italy dry and sunny. Spain also dry and sunny, but some showery rain heading its way into Portugal, affecting Lisbon and Porto. Temperatures back on the rise in Rome for the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday Five. You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand. Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the
Unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're
the failure is...
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back. Let me get you a first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages. The Daily Express, don't target crucial pension triple lock. So, yeah, rumours that Andy Burnham is he's thinking about it, I suppose, isn't he? We'll have a chat about that. The Independent, the world of keto attacks in Nigeria that target gay or trans people. They go for the headline, hunted, kidnapped, blackmailed and tortured for being LGBTQ+. Yeah, apparently there's a surge of violence and hatred toward members of the LGBTQ+ community in Nigeria, which has made the front page of The Independent in this country. The Metro, Kemi lashes out at Andy. Badenoch calls PM in waiting nothing but a pair of eyelashes and a black T-shirt. To be fair, Andy Burnham has now hit back, releasing a video of him in a navy blue T-shirt. But there you go. So that's that. The Daily Telegraph, Burnham cools on the idea of Miliband as Chancellor. So there we are. Look, just very quickly on what we were talking about before with Sebastian Gorka, which I thought, he's a fascinating guy and everything. But, I just want to come to you quickly on something there. He was talking about how in America, basically, there's no way that they would have let things like the rape gangs go on for as long as they did. They would have had absolutely no qualms whatsoever doing things like a travel ban from countries like Pakistan if they were disproportionately represented here, and that they would be perfectly willing to deport people under Trump. And I know a lot of our viewers will be watching that and thinking, well, why the heck don't we do that here?
Well, yeah, I think that, you really have to take a more pragmatic view of things. The world is changing. People are fleeing war-torn countries. Drought, climate change means people can't live where they want to live, particularly. They're fleeing, and people are on the move. And I think we have to agree that we take our share of it, our share of what's going on. We've always been open to refugees, but we do need to make sure that the people who are not, valid to stay here should be deported. And I think that Shabana Mahmood is doing something about that. I think there's a huge backlog of people who are in the appeals system. And they are not being processed, and they will. And I think she will make sure that they go. Like the guy that was sentenced today, he should be deported straight away.
He should be. I mean,
straight away.
It's interesting. Just to get that contrast, I felt really between the way that the Trump administration would have been dealing with, on the day today that it's announced that we're going to get these investigations initially focusing on the rape gangs in Oldham, Keighley, Bradford, and London. The Trump Trump administration would have just steamed through this already, I think, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. I think if the world is getting more dangerous and all the rest of it, which isn't true, I think there are actually fewer deaths in wars, even though you hear about it more than there have been at any point for an awfully long time. The world is safer.
I think Sudan is one of those countries where
bad things happen around the world, but if you look at all the academic literature on this, there are fewer deaths from war that have happened in this 21st century than in previous centuries, all the way back, and the world is a safer place. Famine is now entirely a man-made thing, because, again, technology has become so advanced that we are able to do this, and the only places you get famine are where basically communist governments come in and mess around and get in the way.
We look at Darfur, for instance.
Right, well, because there's a terrible government there. I think that we have to be very careful of saying that bad things happen around the world, and we're not being callous by saying bad things happen, but it is not within the gift of the British state or the British people to take in everybody who is from a war-torn country or from a country where something bad happens, especially when we've seen the negative impact that having people from very far away and very different cultures has had. You mentioned the American example. Well, look at the kind of struggles that the Americans had with Italian immigration in previous centuries. What happened? They created the mafia. And what is the mafia, if not a kind of clannish network that benefits their own members at the expense of the out-group? And that's with a Western Christian nation. So imagine what happens when you have, as they see in America now, the Somalians, the way they've been messing around the system, or in this country, people from very different cultures as well.
The reality is, you import the third world, you get the third world. There's no room at the inn. We've had enough.
Okay. All right, look, I'm just being told we've got quite a bit of news that we're just getting lined up for you for the next section. So I'm going to go to a break now, but please do stay tuned because there is apparently quite a bit coming your way. We're going to hear from President Trump as well because he's been speaking about Andy Burnham. But there's more papers. The Guardian, they're reporting record-breaking temperatures. Is it the new normal? But yes, Andy Burnham has also clapped back against Kemi Badenoch. So we've got lots for you in the next few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't
No,
because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Yes, I said that we had some big news for you, and we do, because Washington, D.C. is where we're heading to very shortly, where our very own Bev Turner has questioned President Trump, firstly, on Andy Burnham.
About who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. And they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea. It's an easy one, and a lot of good things are going to happen.
And then Bev Turner had a follow-up question on Burnham, where Trump returned to one of his favourite subjects, Sadiq Khan.
Will be installed in a matter of weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. Would you want to be the first person on his list to visit globally?
No, but I think we're probably of a different persuasion. He's very liberal. But, you know, I got along well with Starmer. I disagreed with Starmer. I said, you have two problems, immigration and energy. And crime, too, by the way. Crime. You have a terrible mayor of London, by the way. I don't want to cause any problems, but your mayor of London is grossly incompetent, a bad person, and a horrible representative for your country. You know that. That's why you're smiling and laughing, and it's true. But you know that. The mayor of London is a horror show. But you have a crime problem. You have an immigration problem. The immigration helps cause the crime, by the way. And you have a tremendous energy problem. You're building stupid windmills all over the country, and they don't do the job. You have the greatest oil field in the world, one of them. It's called the North Sea oil. All you have to do is bid it out to Exxon, Chevron, Shell, British Petroleum. They're begging to go there and pay billions of dollars. And because the left is so crazy, they don't want the money. And the country is losing. I mean, it's going to go, your country is going to go bankrupt. Think of it. You have one of these. Now, most countries don't have that. You have the North Sea oil, and you have the best part of it. Think of it. You go to Norway, who doesn't have the best part of it, and you give them, and they have $2 trillion in the bank. You know, they have $2 trillion, maybe more, because the UK pays them all this money and others. But you have one of the greatest fields, and I told this guy 15 times, and he wouldn't do it. I said, you're going to lose your prime ministership. And he did. In fact, I called it about 3 days early, right? Remember I said he was leaving? I wonder if that nudged him out.
Right, well, lots to go at there. I think, actually, one of the standout things for me was President Trump talking about how the UK might go bankrupt. And it ties into a couple of the front pages. I mean, the Times are saying that Ed Miliband is going to, you know, take key economic roles, all of this stuff. So, goodness gracious me. We're going to go live now to Bev Turner, who, of course, got that wonderful interview in the Oval Office with President Trump. Bev, thank you very, very much. I mean, wow. I mean, that was... it doesn't look like he's going to get on with Andy Burnham, does it?
I was desperate to find out, Patrick, what President Trump knows about Andy Burnham. I was in that room and I was thinking, I am not going to leave here until I have asked him what he knows about the new Prime Minister incoming. And, of course, we now know he doesn't really know anything at all. He said, I think he was a mayor of a city, was he? I know he's very liberal. He's kind of made his mind up already. Now, let me tell you what I think that is about. I have several sources here in Washington, D.C. who are telling me that behind closed doors, President Trump is so hurt and he is so angry about the relationship that he's had with Starmer, and particularly over the unwillingness, the lack of willingness on the part of the UK to help out President Trump when he wanted it militarily. And of course, he has a long memory, President Trump. He doesn't forgive necessarily that quickly, and I think he's genuinely, I think he's writing us off as a country. I'm hearing that there is going to be a pivot between relations between America and the UK to being more America aligned with the Middle East, and also Eastern European countries as well, Hungary, Poland. Those are the people who politically President Trump is much more aligned with. So Andy Burnham's going to have a hill to climb. We knew he would anyway, but I didn't think he would be quite so dispassionate, actually. He was kind of apathetic about him. I don't know who he is. And I was shocked when I said, do you think you should be the first person that he comes to visit? Because you think he'd say, well, yeah, we are your closest ally. I want to be at the top of that list. I will open the door to him. I will roll out the red carpet. I will welcome the new Prime Minister to the US. He just went, no, one word, no. I don't think I should be the first person he comes to see. So, you know, a warning there to Downing Street. There is a lot of work to do when Andy Burnham gets in that door. If, we still have to say if, but it's highly likely. There is a huge hill to climb here, Patrick, in terms of that relationship between our countries.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating, isn't it, that clearly many people here in the UK are incredibly concerned about the direction of travel and have been for a very, very long period of time, and that we've almost kind of committed great national suicide unnecessarily for a prolonged period. And it shouldn't be a surprise to us that other countries who are not doing that feel the same way. And, you know, it's to be dismissed in a way is not good.
Yeah. And I think also, like Trump said, he said to me before, I love your country. I want the UK to do well. And he feels that he was warning Starmer. He said it when I just spoke to him just now. I told him, he said, about 15 times, you need to start drilling, you need to sort out your immigration. I genuinely think Trump's frustration is he didn't listen to him. He didn't do as he suggested or as he told him to do. And he said, I told him he's going to lose his premiership. And he stopped short of saying, and I was right. But you could see it in his body language. He was desperate to say, you know, and he said, look, what's happened? So I think his frustration is, I like your country. He said, I liked Starmer as a person. He still said, I like him. We're going to be looking at this more on Late Show Live tonight, of course, at midnight.
Yeah, absolutely. Bev, look, thank you. Very, very well done with that. And we're going to be talking about it quite a bit on our show in an hour's time as well. Bev Turner there over in Washington. She'll be live midnight until 3 a.m. Thank you very much for my wonderful panel this evening. Obviously, we didn't get too much time to go through all of the front pages there. For good reason, we had those clips, but not to worry, because we've got another hour coming your way and there is plenty to go at. The Telegraph is saying that Ed Miliband's out in the cold. The Times is saying Ed Miliband's actually the one taking all the economic decisions. What is going on in this country at the moment? I'll reveal all next.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good evening, hope you're doing okay. This is your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. And now the extreme heat, the record-breaking heat, will continue through this evening, overnight and into tomorrow. High pressure continuing to bring largely fine weather, lots of sunshine by day, and we are tapping into, dragging in hot air from the near continent, which is why temperatures are so high, both by day and by night. We have a couple of extreme heat warnings out at the moment, an amber across much of England and Wales, and also a red one across some central southern parts of England and southern Wales, all valid until the end of Thursday. Looking at the weather, and there's some rain across parts of Northern Ireland through this evening and overnight. That's going to spill into parts of northern and western Scotland. Otherwise, it's going to be largely dry. There is some low cloud coming into some North Sea coastal parts. The odd pocket of mist and fog can't be ruled out. But one thing that we really need to highlight is how warm it is again going to be. Perhaps a bit fresher towards the east, but in the west, southwest, temperatures holding up a few degrees above 20 Celsius, so uncomfortable for sleeping. More wet weather across parts of northern, northwestern Scotland through tomorrow. The rain could turn a bit persistent, maybe even heavy at times. Across the rest of the country, however, again, it is going to be a largely sunny day. And with that sunshine, as you would expect, temperatures are going to rise. Mid to high 30s, 38, 39 Celsius could be possible, which is exceptionally hot. Into Friday, and it's worth highlighting that there will be some hefty showery rain affecting some northern parts, particularly during the morning. A lot of that will clear away, but for parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, that rain's going to linger here, quite intense for a while. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine by the afternoon, and whilst there is something a little bit fresher coming in from the west, central eastern parts are going to stay very hot. In fact, into the weekend, eastern parts will still be pretty hot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we'll see something a bit more changeable and more comfortable, perhaps.
Today's outlook: Cool, calm, and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, welcome along. A lot to get through in the next hour. We'll be having more reaction to President Trump just dismissing Andy Burnham and indeed Keir Starmer and actually kind of Britain as well, which is a bit of a shame. The Daily Telegraph is going off on Andy Burnham has apparently cooled off on the idea of Ed Miliband as Chancellor, but they might want to talk to the people at the Times because the Times think that Ed Miliband is currently drawing up Andy Burnham's economic policy. So what is going on there? Homeowners in this heatwave have apparently been ordered to rip out their air conditioning as well. There's so much to go at.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want from 9:30 only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okwir, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome along. Let's get all of tomorrow's front pages tonight with Late Edition and breaking right now.
About who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal.
Well, it won't have made the front pages because it's only just happened, but trust me, it'll be leading the news agenda tomorrow. President Trump very dismissive about Andy Burnham. Sadly, also very dismissive about Britain, a sign of the times, I think, but he's not the only one.
They've abandoned him. And what for? A pair of eyelashes and a black T-shirt.
Kemi Badenoch launched an eviscerating attack on pretty much every single senior member of Labour's cabinet today, including Andy Burnham, and it's made the front of the Metro. However, Burnham bites back.
It's dark blue, actually.
Quite camp, that, I think. But anyway, not what he was going for necessarily. Andy Burnham has bitten back, yes, insisting that his T-shirt is actually a navy blue and not indeed black. But Kemi didn't just go after Burnham.
He was a failed Labour leader, rejected by the electorate, brought back from the wilderness by this man, and when the going got tough, he jumped into bed with the Mayor of Manchester. Yeah, it's not the first time he's betrayed someone close to him, is it?
Yes, well, she was having a go at Ed Miliband there. Now, two conflicting stories on two different national newspapers here. So the Daily Telegraph is going with Burnham calls on Miliband as Chancellor. So, yeah, it does what it says on the tin there. The idea that apparently Ed Miliband might now not be Andy Burnham's Chancellor. However, the Times have decided to go for a different angle on this guy.
The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind.
Yes, they are reporting this evening that Ed Miliband will play an integral role in Andy Burnham's economic plans. So which is it? We're going to be comparing and contrasting those two front pages. Speaking of the heat...
Man City game. I couldn't watch Man City game. Come on. What's happening?
How are you enjoying this hot weather?
Too hot.
We're getting our money's worth on that clip, aren't we? As Britain faces its highest June temperature on record, air conditioning is being ripped out of people's homes. Apparently, homeowners are being told to get rid of air conditioning because of net zero. So just remember that as you're boiling in your own sweat. And finally...
You see Harry, I tie him. Now I'm going to release Harry so that next match... with their next match with the opponent, he can score.
Well, tonight we can reveal that a Ghanaian witch doctor was probably behind England's performance last night. But why this witch doctor could also potentially lead to England winning the World Cup. So the witch doctor giveth, the witch doctor taketh away. All of that and more. Well, talking of witch doctors, I've got a panel that's certainly going to cast a spell on you tonight. It's journalist and broadcaster Nina Mishkov, it's former Tory advisor James Price and GBNews contributor and comedian Steve N. Allen. But let's get those headlines now with Katie Bowe.
Patrick, thank you and good evening. The headlines at 3 minutes past 11. A breaking update to bring you from the White House tonight. When questioned by GB News, President Donald Trump said that he's heard Andy Burnham is, quote, extremely liberal. When asked about the potential next Prime Minister by Bev Turner, the President said the UK is dying and renewed calls for the government to drill in the North Sea for oil and gas.
About who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. And they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea. It's an easy one, and a lot of good things are going to happen.
Well, the President went on to tell GB News that he thought he was of a different persuasion to Mr Burnham and commented on his relationship with Sir Keir Starmer.
Well, with Starmer, I disagreed with Starmer. I said, you have two problems, immigration and energy, and crime, too, by the way. Crime. 15 times, and he wouldn't do it. I said, you're going to lose your prime ministership. And he did. In fact, I called it about 3 days earlier, right? Remember I said he was leaving? I wonder if that nudged him out.
Much more on that breaking story on The Late Show Live from midnight. Elsewhere, today has been declared the UK's hottest June day on record, with a new high of 36.1 degrees Celsius recorded in Gosport, Hampshire. A red weather warning for extreme heat is in place for parts of the country, with the Met Office advising the elderly and vulnerable to stay indoors and the public to reconsider lengthy travel plans. Humid conditions are also expected to persist well into this evening, bringing the prospect of tropical nights to parts of the UK, where temperatures will remain above 20 degrees Celsius. Today's temperature breaks the previous record set in the summer of 1976. And Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper has announced a new package worth almost £290 million to bolster Ukraine's recovery and energy security ahead of the Ukraine Recovery Conference. The government has said its ironclad commitment to Ukraine will include making sure the war-torn country has the strength to rebuild. Speaking at a conference in Berlin today, the Prime Minister said the mood in Moscow is turning against Putin's war and that Europe is providing Ukraine with more military support. Those are your latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Patrick.
Take the GB News family with you on any device. As long as you have an internet connection, tune into GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond.
Well, welcome along to Late Edition. Let me get you all of Thursday's newspaper front pages, and we're going to whiz through them, starting with the Express. Don't target crucial pension triple lock. Very much divides opinion, this, about whether or not something needs to be done to the triple lock. Campaigners are urging Andy Burnham not to scrap the essential pensioner payout. If we move on to the Independent, slightly left field front page for a British newspaper, but an important issue, I suppose. Hunted, kidnapped, blackmailed and tortured for being LGBTQ+. They're talking about a rise in, I suppose you broadly speaking call it homophobic murders in Nigeria, where gay and trans people are catfished and extorted by gangs in a surge of violence and hatred. Then we go to tomorrow's Metro. Kemi Badenoch has lashed out at Andy Burnham. I've got a couple of clips for you on this. I think it does make for quite entertaining viewing. Andy Burnham has since hit back, and it, of course, all relates as well to President Trump just not knowing who Andy Burnham was or that Manchester's a city either, to be fair, but more on that. The Daily Telegraph. Now, they've got several stories, as they always do, on their front page. They go for Andy Burnham cools on the idea of Ed Miliband as Chancellor. Apparently, Andy Burnham is fearing a repeat of the Blair/Brown rift. However, that is contradicted by a newspaper I'm going to show you in a second. Just a couple more stories for you on the Telegraph's front page here, though. Homeowners have been ordered... Oh, back to the Telegraph, thank you. Homeowners have been ordered to rip out air conditioning on their homes during a heatwave. There's also a story here about a brutal killing in a stone circle on summer solstice. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder after the body of a 26-year-old man was found in the middle of a Bronze Age stone circle during a summer solstice celebration. A couple of things. I'm not really sure it's much of a celebration, is it, if that's happening? But yeah, an incredibly weird story. We'll try to unpack that. Now we go to The Guardian. Are the record-breaking temperatures the new normal? They've gone for that. One of the few times, I think, when it's actually OK to have maybe painted the map in slightly red, because, like, sometimes it's been, like, hot for December and they've, like, painted Europe red on these weather maps. And you're like, come on, guys, it's 17 degrees. But at the Times, a very serious story, this. Cruel maternity care left hundreds dead or injured. And the standard of maternity care in Britain is absolutely shocking. And this is just yet another example of it. And this is hundreds of babies and mothers died or were left seriously injured as a toxic hospital trust where women were ignored and mistakes were covered up. And again, it's just another example of cover-up, cover-up, cover-up culture in the NHS. The Mirror, never again. 520 babies and mums died or suffered avoidable harm. The Daily Mail, it's the same story there. Britain's worst maternity scandal, and that really is saying something. They go for the arrogance of men who would not listen. You know, I suppose making the point there that people in senior positions there were men, and they did not listen to the women who were obviously, sadly, in serious trouble and in some cases dying. And this centres around Nottingham University Hospital's NHS Trust. Yeah, we'll go into more detail on that. The iPaper, failing water firms face state control under Burnham's plans for power. Again, I suppose it's a nationalisation story, isn't it? Having said that, I think when it comes to water, I'm willing to tolerate pretty much anything that stops raw sewage being pumped into Windermere. You know, the idea that you now cannot go swimming in the Lake District because you might basically come out with sepsis is just absolutely... It's ludicrous.
And also, we haven't had a reservoir built in this country since 1990.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's mad. No, it's insane. It's insane. Another example of us not coping with rapid population growth as well, isn't it? But look, first things first, we are going to be dealing with the breaking story, which won't have made the front pages because it's only just happened, but will be leading tomorrow's news agenda. It's interesting to see how President Trump would fare with Andy Burnham as our dear leader. And I think now we know.
About who?
The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. And they haven't even found us there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea. It's an easy one, and a lot of good things are going to happen.
Yeah, so look, he doesn't really know who Andy Burnham is, does he? And I don't think he seems to know, to be fair, that Manchester is actually a city. But there's a lot to go at there. The idea, again, that, you know, Britain is dying and whatever people make of President Trump, you know, unfortunately, the evidence suggests that we are